Looks like we are getting started with round one of the ClashCon Pro Tour 2024. My name is Dagan. I'm here today with Jason.
What's up, everybody?
And it looks like we have an interesting matchup our first round. We have Mean Streak Boosted, piloted by Eric. And then we have Set 3 Magnate, piloted by David.
Back here? Oh, you took this one. You just. Oh yeah, I was just.
Excuse me, other way around.
Oh, all right.
8.
Hey, nice. Boosted and Magnate. First table.
I will go. Sounds good. Nothing like a snake.
Talking to the other players, it sounded like there's a lot of expectation
Do
for
you want the life counter on too? Is that okay?
Genesis, so it's cool to see these.
Yep.
I always like using the term road for unexpected decks, but road is one of our affiliations. Neither of these decks are rogues, but you know, I think you all get me.
Yeah, it's not just says that aren't playing rogues in the deck. Who knows? I mean, we don't even know what colors these could be yet.
Right. What's up? Players picking up their
We're going kind of over the different contenders that people were playing this weekend. And you were talking to me earlier about some you expected to do well this weekend. Were there any that you saw people were playing that you are excited to see?
I really want to see some Death because we gave her one of the coolest cards of set 4, Item Demise. And anyone can play it. We tried to make some of these new power cards, you know, usable by the characters you enjoy. But we gave the Harbingers a little bit of luck. If you want to play in their lane, the cost of the card is cheaper, which makes certain combos activate faster. So Death's a big one for me. I worked really hard on Kagan, and so happy to see Kagan. I've noticed a couple of them floating around. Excuse me, sorry guys. The dark horse that I've been rooting for is Conquest.
Oh yeah.
So we'll see on that one.
So it looks like we got our game started here.
So rogue zip +1/+0/+1 trigger enter.
Looks
Each
like a
player may
Detroit.
reveal the top 3 cards of their deck. If they do, they may put a non-clash card with an initial resource cost of 3 or less from among them in their hand. Okay, I'm going to take
Looks like a lot of Gamma
and then the rest go on the bottom. Yep.
So it looks like we took a clash buff here on Eric's side.
Oh no, that Detroit sent Genesis to the bottom of the deck. That's unfortunate. It's only game 1 left.
Gamma Fire? Yep. I'll pay 1 for Magnate Gamma Spear. +1 attack, and I draw a card. Sure. And with my ability, +1 defense as well. I'll swing your 1.
I'll take 3.
Alright, so afterwards, I'll set a trap. And I'll pass the turn.
Alright.
Alright, looks like there's nothing
We will
actively
draw
on the
for
board,
turn.
but we are setting a trap here. Notably, this Magnate contender really enjoys having a clear board. He's going to be attacking with that 2 power often.
Lots of ways to draw cards. Interesting parts of his design are that he's not as reliant on flash cards as other contenders are to do the cool things that he wants to do.
Draw 1.
And he got a really spicy clash buff in the last set.
Even.
Double Christmas Haven.
Draw 1.
There we go.
There's some rogues we were talking about.
Celebrating early.
Go ahead.
Alright.
I just noticed yesterday on the playmat for the Christmas
All
Haven,
resource.
I didn't know Mean Streak and Magnate are on that full art. They're hanging out on the side.
First, I will swing you to your contender, 2-0.
Okay, no obstructs.
I will buff.
Yep. Dragonheart.
You know it, you love it.
There it is.
So I'll take 4.
Dragonheart is your contender, +2/+2, bringing back the stat boost of the set 0 clash buff or 0 cost clash buffs,
Burning Fortitude.
but it only hits
Dragonheart
contender.
is, you can just look at the top 3 or 5.
Top 3 and any non-clash card.
Top
So
3
normally what Mean Streak really wants to do is attack with a lot of smaller clash cards. So that way you can put the streak counters on them and remove them as a draw engine.
And
But with Magnet having 2 power, it's a lot harder for cards like these Havens to survive because they only
Blue
have 2
Dragonheart would
defense.
fall off at that point.
it was. Thank you.
No, thank you, my friend. So, sacrificial strength as resource.
Gotta love it.
I believe with Detroit they would be okay, so it's interesting it held back.
And
There's the third one.
Haven. Christmas edition.
Crazy.
Magnate has a popular trap
pass.
card,
Go ahead.
Magnate's Trap,
Alright.
which
Draw.
destroys
Not attack
lower
with
costed
anymore.
attacking clash cards and makes your
was the
opponent
plan.
discard a card. So, being a little standoffish makes sense in this instance because he had 2 resources up.
And if you know Alpha Clash, you know players really enjoy cards that trade up 2 cards for 1. That's a good example of that.
Oh, those are 1-2s. Pay 3. Play Gamma Fire.
Okay. Can I read that card real quick?
No problem.
Whenever an attached contender attacks, you may engage this card. If you do 1 to all clash cards, defending players deal 3 damage. Gotcha.
Yeah, there's a
I'll pass.
that can do a decent for white, smaller health clash boards, which Magnate needs to break through because if there's 3 or more clash cards, he can't attack a contender anymore.
One up, huh? The resource of Detroit.
Pay Detroit. Oh, they get +1. Yeah, right.
Yeah, so they're 1/3s at the moment. Yeah, that's a little awkward.
Yeah, with an extra defense, the Havens are 1/3s from the Clash Ground, so you have to wonder if he's really scared of those traps.
Right.
Let me read Gamma Fire one more time.
Sorry. You're good.
Gamma Fire isn't active yet
Just
because
for a
there's
judge question, I don't know if you can or not.
It's only
Judge?
hovering history zone right
So it looks like we have a judge
Is
call, so
Gamma
we're just
Fire
going to
a
pause
trigger
briefly here and
attack
get some
ability?
questions on the Gamma Fire.
Or would I have the opportunity to flash buff in the scenario?
is outside of the trigger attack limit because of the secret trigger attack.
Okay, so I would not be able to buff in that case. Got it. All right, all right. All right, well, that changes some things. You have 1 up, huh?
Yes.
I will go ahead and swing at your contender for 1, creating a mean streak, or creating a streak counter from my.
So now we're going to start racking up those streak
I will
counters.
buff.
There we go.
Going to buff, giving +2/+2 and drawing 2.
+2 or
+0/+2. I'm sorry. So they're all 1/5s now.
Alright. Oh, it's all?
Extra big
Yep, so it
defense.
boosts all of my
Yes,
side
all of
plus
them
0,
do
plus
get
2.
+2 defense.
Alright.
So these are currently 1/5s.
1 damage, right?
Yep. All right. I will swing at your contender, creating a streak counter on Haven.
I will allow it.
Okay. Then I'm going to engage my contender to use his contender ability to remove the streak counters and draw a card.
No problem.
So Main Street Remove can consume 2 of his
Awkward. Awkward. A lot of cards now.
That is. I like some of them.
Fortunately, not quite what I needed in the moment. contender for one more.
So coming in for another one, get another streak counter ready to go.
And go ahead.
So we'll have to see how Magnate can get over all these little weenies here.
Evil Expedition.
There's one thing Magnate doesn't want, it's a full board
As
of
much as
class
I would
cards.
like to ignore them, can't get locked out of the game for much longer.
Yep.
We'll attach.
Fire now attached to Magnate. Could be an explosive turn.
I will swing at a Haven, trigger attack. I will fully send this, deal 3 damage to everything. Yep. And then the combat essence.
Alright.
Words.
Gamma Fire blasting that board of Havens.
That's why I asked about flash buffing.
Yes.
That is a fun card for me to deal with.
I guess Christmas is over.
That will be all for now. I'll pass.
Okay. I will ready.
Magnate
ready,
doesn't seem
draw,
like a big
ready,
Christmas
set, go.
enjoyer.
Ready, set, go. Okay. So you went first, which means
The red one.
it's a blue, but it's the target list.
It's like meets
Right.
Yeah, it looks red.
Shine.
I know. I like shiny things. What can I say?
Die of Plunder.
Right.
And that's the real reason to play blue, right? Because I've seen even you in the past at these events play completely off color and just ignoring blue entirely. Do you think this class buff is good enough alone to warrant playing blue?
1,000.
Just gonna play out Lynn, 5/5 flyer.
It's a big body.
I want to respond to that. Is a 5/6 currently, right?
Currently a 5/6, correct.
5, 6, 1.
I think I will. Counterplay.
Yep.
Bring
Yeah, the crazy thing about
Alright,
augmented
plus
reality
technically 2
is
defense.
obviously casting it on
And I prevent 1 damage.
So you're a 2/2 now.
but
2/2.
putting it on your opponent does give their whole minus 2 attack, which is super relevant.
Go ahead.
On
I'll
top
pass.
of
Table
mean
switch.
streaks,
problem.
-1 attack aura if you can get them to 15 or
Draw.
better.
Oh yeah, for sure. I can block an insane amount of damage if you have a wide board.
I will.
And because Mean Streak has alternate means to draw cards, he is more capable of using the minus and not, losing that tempo that he
I
could.
think this is what I do.
Right.
I will not resource.
Okay.
Will I not resource? Yeah. Play International Space Station.
All right. Kicks the trick.
I will look at the top card of your deck.
Go ahead. That's you.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I'm most excited to see in this whole entire event is
Play the Tyrant.
Okay.
Trigger attack is nothing, but it's just a 5/3 flight.
International Space Station is
I will
a free
swing.
flash
Bang, at your contender.
so you don't lose
With a 5/3
any
in the
effects
air.
for the turn except a card, and can sort of wrestle
I am
control
tapped out.
area. And then if your opponent plays a new clash round, you both draw a card. So
So he's now a
if it's
4/4.
card plus, it doesn't have to match the color of the deck. All we've seen from this Magnate player is green. And it's a white card, but it doesn't have a pip requirement because it's free.
Yeah, exactly.
Ready?
So we were looking at some deck lists earlier, and that's exactly what you were saying. We did see decks like this. They're playing entirely green, but still playing
I know that
Space
card's in
Station.
meta.
Even though it's white, it doesn't matter. They're using it just to replace other clash
In some
grounds for free.
matchups, right?
No, it is. Just, I'm not some matchups.
I know. You're definitely an awkward opponent. Not you, but your deck. All right. So he's a 4/3.
Clash rounds are always a tough decision. If I draw extra, do I
Three cards in hand. What's the chance I
play one early to
Pretty good.
try to get a lead and then have a backup, or do I use one for a resource and just hope I play the one on the pivotal turn and carry me
Right.
to
Yeah.
victory?
That is definitely the downside of playing the first clash ground, is that your opponent gets to bounce yours. So not only do they get the value from their own, but they get the value of removing yours as well.
Got another Lynn.
Another 5/5 flying win.
That's a lot of aggression to deal with.
All right,
She is extremely safe.
You 3 in hand.
3 in hand. 3 in hand.
Go contender for 5.
Contender for 5.
Create a streak counter.
All right, any buffs?
No buffs.
All right, let's take 5.
Okay.
Pass. Pass.
5-point swing right there.
Eric down to 10. It's very low for
Draw.
this magnet deck.
Maybe I'm just nervous.
Shit, where's my
So now the matinee contender can start
not
giving
resource,
himself
yeah.
little buffs, like trigger victory, draw
Pay 1.
cards, or give
For Cannon
himself
Spear.
breakthrough.
Plus 1 attack and a draw.
Which is a 3-1 now.
It is a 3-1.
Got it.
I'll pay 2. Oh yeah, it's just breakthrough. Oh wait, no, I'm not 15.
He just
Can't give you a
chooses-
breakthrough. Come on.
Oh man,
Right
I want
there.
Gotta be a
breakthrough.
15 first.
Play, I'm unstoppable. Plus 1 attack, unblockable, and I draw.
Okay.
Pumping up the magnet for big swing here.
Matinee, one of the few
Minus
characters in
one
the
attack
game that
is
make themselves unblockable.
I'm going to swing at your contender for 4. 4-2. And you obstruct? Well, no, you can't. It's unblocked.
True. I cannot obstruct. Continue.
Not obstruct.
I actually forgot about that. I was like, should I obstruct?
Dragonheart?
Yep.
Wait, that's not bad.
Another thing that's interesting about this matchup is if the magnet does drop the main streak boosted down to 15 or below,
I'm unstoppable.
his
Right.
-1 ability
swinging
only
me
works on
for
5
6.
cards, so it might not actually affect the magnet
Big.
that much.
Right. Oh, there's a tyrant.
Afterwards, I will end my turn. Yep. Big damage, big damage.
Big money, big money.
Yep,
Papa needs a new
yep,
car.
they'll still be able to trade here.
I like it.
As designers, this matchup is also everyone's favorite contenders.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting how your contender's kind of a draw engine.
It's pretty fun. I enjoy it. That's for sure. Keeps things interesting. 1 resource up. Okay.
I have nothing suspicious I'm hiding.
Nothing at all. Never. And resource Detroit.
Hey, Detroit. Sure, you don't want to. If you destroy, you get to draw a card.
I know, right?
Don't you need more cards?
No. You have 3 in you?
He's
Friendly
looking
banter
at like a
hand.
7-card hand.
Players is always nice to hear.
How is he
Is
being
that black?
sneaked by
No, it's
that
blue.
tyrant?
Yeah. Okay. Play out Haven, the Resourceful.
That's the ramping one, right?
Yep.
With all these cards, it's always good to have more
And do I
resources.
want to ramp?
Gives you plenty of options.
You don't need that many cards, man.
I will ramp actually. Play out Clarity.
Alright.
This is the Omniscient Envoy.
Mind if I read it?
Yep. So ultimately, if I'm at less than 5 health than you,
So
she
this is
gets
one of the
+2
new
defense, and then I get
4-drop
the 4
clarities.
2
I
and
don't
draw
think we've
1.
seen this one on camera yet.
And the 4 2 and draw 1
4,
is
4, 4,
regardless
4.
of whether she's at
If
Okay.
Right.
yeah, omniscient.
That's
I
okay,
don't
they're
I don't
also
want to
good cards.
misquote it off the top of my
I'm
head.
gonna
Yeah, you're
draw
good.
this one and put this back on top.
All right.
So Clarity Omniscient Envoy. It is a 4-cost 4/4.
Good.
When it enters, if your opponent's contender has at least 5 health more than your contender, then it gets +2 defense until end of turn. Then you foretell 2 and draw a card. So that's already a pretty good rate on a 4-drop body. But then when it is defeated, your alphas and rogues also get
Nothing
+1/+1
crazy.
and undisputed until end of turn.
Make him
I'm not going to promise anything.
It's a lot of text for a combo.
a.
During the late stages of QC, yeah, we needed to move
pass.
some
Go ahead.
rarities around, which caused this card to drop. It didn't start as a common, but
Yeah, that makes sense.
Cool. Okay. I will resource Magnate. And I will.
David thinking about his options here.
Tap out.
Very full
For
board.
Kage. Yep.
there we go.
Trigger enter.
New
First
Year,
Kage
the
and
dragon
Dragon.
forgone.
It's very
Smoking
sad
away.
that unfortunately it's 4 attack.
If you're familiar with Alpha Clash, you know the strength of Kagan. He's been here since set 1, and he's still slaying Clash cards.
Mean Streak lost a little bit of air dominance, but if Magnate gets a little too aggressive, now that -1 aura would be very beneficial for the 5/5 wing flyer.
I'll pass the turn.
All right, 2 huge flyers, not swinging. Interesting.
You can play a little more defensive here.
What could it be?
Is it a present for you and me?
I was playing some friendly games yesterday, and if you do not respect your opponent's contenders, set
Hitting that second threshold. Yeah,
those moves totally flip games.
they do.
I lost some very favorable trades because I smacked a machine down to 10 unknowingly, and then that +1/+1 let him remove some pivotal pieces on the board that I wasn't mathing correctly,
Yep.
and that was it. That was the game.
You tapped out.
So
yeah.
sometimes you have to like
Tap out.
let them be healthy and try to go for in
some
other
people-
games alpha swing.
Right. I mean, some people develop entire strategies based around that second ability. They'll intentionally take damage, get low, and then come back because of how strong some of these abilities are.
Oh, I love throwing my contender headlong into a 3/3 just to get my
Yeah.
health
Yeah.
to that threshold. I just call that headbutting.
Sure, sure.
Just give me my trigger victory already. Give me my second ability. I want it so badly.
It's a really exciting day. We broke
alright, give
the
me 1
64 threreshold, so
We did.
we'll
We
have a
about-
top 8.
Yeah, yeah. We have about 70 players. It's a really good turnout.
Blend
Level
and
one.
assassin.
I'll have you diminish one.
One of
Level
our
bounty your
best
Kagan.
chase cards
That's a
from
good
set
one.
3.
Yeah, I kind of wanted that.
Oh, yeah. I know it's a lot of people's favorite art, especially on an iconic
Play
card.
out Clarity.
Ooh,
What's that
stitch
one?
trap.
That's the
Yeah, so she
monster
buffs
from
all alphas or rogues.
If you notice,
to
that's a
attack.
lot of rogues in play.
Right. I do have a road deck, as we were saying before. Upon entering play,
And then I
that clarity
believe I
can
can
choose
foretell
to
or
give
look at the
+2
top
to
two, draw one,
alphas
put
or
one on the bottom.
+2
Yep.
to rogues, which obviously
how much damage can
rogues will be the answer here.
So I'm gonna buff rogues.
And she does the
Yeah.
clarity contender effect where you get to look at some of your cards and move around.
And it's just I think
We
I
can start to
will.
see what this mean streak is trying to do here. Build up a large board of
What
rogues,
happens when this
draw
dies?
cards
Just,
using
you
mean
draw a card
streak's
and you get some
ability
trash.
with
Which
streak
one?
counters on attacking,
With
and
the-
then finish
Oh,
with a
yeah,
large
he would,
explosive clarity
if
for Seeing
Hagen
Fate to buff the
dies,
board
it was
and
defeated.
swing for
Defeated.
approximately
Yeah,
a
so he has to
billion.
be defeated, not sent
That
to.
Omniscient Envoy makes it extra tricky.
Sack
You
straight.
throw that in first and she dies,
Right?
then the rest of the board gets even
Ready to.
bigger.
So we're using sacrificial
And
strength
that's all.
here, sacrificing Clash card to ready a couple
And
resources.
just, how many cards in hand?
Try and
Three. Can I look at your Oblivion real quick?
No problem. Just look at all the.
Just want to see how many Dragon Hearts you played. 1, 2, 3. Oh boy. Wonder what you have. Alright, okay.
Oblivion check.
Okay.
The real question is what that trap card is.
Right.
How scared are we to swing in with the team? I mean, you're
That'll
committed
turn
this
him
far.
into a 4-2. I will swing at your contender for 6.
Yep.
Yeah,
As you
that's the
said,
opener.
clarity is
6-4, right?
a perfect first
It's
attack
a
here.
6-4, correct.
Yes, I'll guess.
Starting
get
to
it
sniff out the
right now.
response.
Show my secrets. Oh, any buffs?
Any obstructs would be the first question.
Getting a little ahead of himself. Definitely want to choose if you're obstructing before buffs here.
So I got to math now again real quick. She does have a trigger defeat ability. She gets +1/+1 to all of my alphas and rogues, and then they become
So
undisputed.
not only do you get that
which
for Seeing Fate buff on the whole team, but if this
no,
4-drop
undisputed
clarity
means
dies, you
they
get another
can't
buff.
die in a clash. So
I
like
was
if yours
just
was
thinking
like
if
4-2
he had
and my
Genesis
card
in
only had
play,
4
that's a
defense,
cool
they
way
would
to
not
give
die
him
in the clash.
undisputed also.
Yeah.
Now I just got the math here, so
Genesis was a big swing back for blue too, giving them a really phenomenal legendary to team up again with, as we were saying, augmented reality and the like.
he would become
and,
a 4-2.
he also teams up well with
4-3,
Mean
right?
Street because
Or no, is
blue
it
has
or is it
fantastic ways of giving flight, breakthrough, and super speed.
Whenever it
All
becomes a target of
things
a
that use
non-clash.
Genesis
Okay, so you become a 4-2.
4-2.
You're at 17.
I'm at 17.
Doing a lot of math here.
Big money, big money.
Big money,
Definitely
big money.
the most pivotal turn of the game. I want to make sure you do it right.
I'm gonna buff myself,
Okay.
giving them all +2 defense and draw the card.
Okay.
So we're choosing to draw 2, buffing the defense of the board here.
With that, I will not buff.
Choosing to not
I only
block.
drew 1. Sorry. Draw a second one.
I will not buff. I'll take 6.
That would be 6.
Currently taking 6. Boom.
I will use Clarity's ability because I haven't used her ability yet.
No problem.
Once per turn, look at the top 2 cards.
Definitely want to make sure to not miss on your
I may
triggers,
draw
just in
one
case.
and then put the other
I
on
will
the
get an
bottom
extra
of my
card.
deck. I'll swing at your contender for 6. Creating a
Sequencing
streak
in Alpha
counter.
Clash is a very important part of being a good player. You want to make sure to not miss any of
She's
the
like
triggers.
6'5".
If you attack first, it would die before you get the replacement card.
Wait, still
That's
plus
sometimes
2 health
not
only
the
for
case.
this one?
Oh, sorry, 6/7. I'm sorry. I was thinking of her ability, not the buff.
I think I do. I will
Looks like we might see the trap
not
here.
obstruct. Any buffs?
No, unless I would buff your side.
Oh, yeah.
Just playing Clash buff here.
There it is.
Gamma Spear.
Okay.
Grabbing a Gamma Spear.
Alright.
I will take how much?
She's a 6/7, so you take 4.
Yep.
Flash buff does prevent some
4-2.
damage as well. Very important.
Magnet will have 2 defense for the rest of the turn, but
I'm going to
still a
engage my
lot of
contender
pain
to draw.
coming. Mean Street draws the cards off his streaks. See what he gets. Looking good. If he does play new Clash cards, they will not get the attack buff from Clarity because that is a on-play state-based effect.
It's so insane watching Eric pilot this deck right now. You have a board full of cards, a million resources ramped from Haven,
Alright.
and then the ability of Mean Streak to draw all these cards.
And then
I mean,
before
he still
draw,
has a full grip of
you're a
threats in his
contender.
hand too.
Yes, I will
This
choose
is all
right
gas.
through.
Got it.
In development, everyone likes to say that white is the draw color,
He said
and
we
I
got a
just
small time
snicker
advance because we had
in
to
my
move
chair,
tables
like
and
sure,
stuff, but-
sure it is.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll resource.
Granted,
And I
we're
would
seeing the
shuffle.
power of blue and white in this deck. You know,
Sure,
they're both
sure.
good at it.
Oh yeah.
I'll
They complement each other very well in this game.
pay 1. I have a Gamma Spear.
Okay.
What
There's
was I
the
gonna
Gamma
draw?
Speed.
So he's a 5-3 now.
Mm-hmm. I will swing contender, 5-3 in the air.
I'm gonna obstruct.
So coming in
Alright.
for 5, you get the +1 from the
Five.
Game of Spear, but still -1 from the Mean Streak here.
Fortunately, I think that was the wrong play. For now, Lone Fighters.
Oh, there
Oh,
it is.
man.
Oh no.
This ends it.
Got the big boy
That's
himself.
a-
We got
8-8
Magnate coming in for 8-8 because he's the only Clash card on this side. 7 from Mean Streak. It's still a massive
I'm
amount of
going
damage on a
to
flying
buff
body.
your side, giving
And
them -2,
augmented.
-0, and diminish 2.
Forgot about that. It's pretty good.
Now
You
he
might
only
think you
swings
have
for
lethal.
Yeah, I have left side there.
I'll take 5.
A -2 mode coming in clutch here.
Wow.
Ah. It's pretty good.
Now the question is, does he have a backup plan?
Yeah, I passed. Nice.
All right,
Nice
that was a
five.
Hail Mary play.
I love that card.
So
Saves my
close.
ass so many times.
Sometimes
Yeah.
when you're put in a situation
right
like
there.
that, though, you got to play to your outs, and swinging that lone fighter was
again?
definitely
You got
a
white.
great out. It's just
No, I beat
unfortunately,
0. I didn't buff.
Eric was prepared with
Oh,
a
it's
flash
minus
buff.
2 attack, yeah.
Yep.
Wait, no, you got 7. I did 8 damage, so you didn't go. I would have been.
Yeah, 7, 5, and then -2.
Right.
No, you're good. You're good. It happens.
Immediate
I
research.
don't want to be
Yep.
overcautious. I know we have another game, so
Saying a trap.
It's got a trap.
5 a contender.
I would guess lefties.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay.
Lefties is
And
quick
then
edge.
four
You still have
contender.
that one in your hand, but
Oh, that's
it
right.
could,
That's right.
yeah, it could be a sacrificial strength. It looks like we've seen that on both sides from these players.
Put me in the blender
And
there.
then we're gonna pack it up. That first
Not
game
expecting.
completed, expertly piloted from Eric's side. Very close
22.
game.
Well, awesome. That was a great match.
Yep. So that's our first game. Going into game 2, both players are preparing, shuffling up. I'm curious to see if we have any different sideboard plans we didn't see during this first game, especially with cards like Sacrificial Strength. Even if your opponent's tapped out, you still have to worry about certain cards preventing you from winning the game. Let's say you use that Sacrificial Strength, untap resources. Now you have that Clash buff, -2 the board. As you saw, that gets a game-winning play this game with just that Clash buff.
Right, and alternatively for Magnate, you can use it to strategically thin your board to set up more lone fighters.
Yeah. Sometimes it's okay to let your own Clash cards die to swing for more damage with the Lone Fighter. I mean, an 8/8 body is massive on a 6-cost Clash card.
And that deck has the ability to make him unblockable if he was
Right.
set up for it. It's a really expensive move, but it's in there.
This is a really good way to play around the boosted second ability of the -1. If you have less Clash cards in play, it doesn't affect you as much. So if you come in with just the big Clash cards and the contender attacks, you definitely mitigate the amount of damage reduction that would incur.
That was very close game. Like it's hard to tell who's gonna point to Main Street, but Magnate's good at getting mad.
He sure is. I mean, at default, the game starts, he's already just super angry. He's got less health, he's already battle worn, he's got 2 power, he's ready to rumble. Those Havens come in, they better have an extra defense, or they're getting smacked. So players still setting up here. Definitely have a lot to think about with the sideboard plans. Do you expect to see any different outcome in the next game? Like if we might have the other player going first, is there a different game plan we might see? Or will there be a repeat of this one?
I do wonder what kind of more spot removal that Magnate might be able to bring to deal with some of those threats. Green does have a wide berth of
It's a fun.
cool traps too. Oh, looks like we're going to find out sooner than later.
I will try and play
Looking at our first
faster.
hand here. One of the most important decisions you can make in the game of Alpha Clash is honestly just the mulligan. When you
Oh.
first shuffle up and start your game, it's always important to know which cards you're looking for,
Crazy, but
and then which
mulliganing
resources
one.
you need, especially in multicolored decks.
Me too.
The hardest skill check in Alpha Clash, I feel like, to learn when you're becoming a new player is just how to
Not
resource.
in this
Right.
matchup.
Every card
In this
matters.
matchup, I think I need a specific card in the starting hand to.
The last thing you want is to shuffle in
I mean,
too many of one color, and
Wasn't
then be
expecting
throttled
to
to
face
what
against
cards you
other
can play later.
flyers.
Yeah.
That's my thing.
That's the clever
That's my
part of this
strategy.
like fully
You don't
green
expect
Magnate
to
is
get a Magnate,
I
a Magnate.
crucially missed my turn 6 fourth green resource and whiffed on a Kagan, and that cost me top 8.
Or Kagans, right?
Still haunts me.
That's fair. Definitely don't have that problem in your deck's all green.
Wait a minute. Yeah.
Well, almost all green. You can't forget about the zero cost Clash card.
Good luck.
It's an honorable green in this case.
For sure.
Burning Fortitude. Yep.
But yeah, as I was saying, green has like one of the better utility packages in the game with
Draw for turn.
really powerful side board. He could play Age of the Alphas, which would
The
minus
bound
2
resource.
Mean
Everyone's
Street
favorite
score
girl,
in this
Haven.
case.
Hey, man.
So we do see a
Christmas
vial
again.
turn
Good.
1 from David here. This might be one of the cards he's thought of for a sideboard plan to engage Clash cards.
I love the vials showing up in like all sorts of green decks, and even as the chosen relic of Haven strategies these days.
Oh yeah,
Back
it's
to
interesting.
one?
You don't have to start with the backpack, believe it or not. You can play with other relics.
Too.
No obstructs.
Alright, I will buff.
Yep.
Get our first Clash
Wow.
buff here.
Oh, how unfortunate.
No, did you
Nice.
miss?
No, but I gotta put some to the bottom.
Uh-oh. Hi, Lone Fighters.
That.
See, we're already going faster. I take full blame for that. All right. Gonna play out Detroit.
We didn't see a
Reveal the
deliverance
top
last
3,
game, but that's a
and then
deliverance of
choose a
the
non-class
resource
card,
row
3
already.
resources or less.
Which makes sense. You don't want to use it on very
missed.
small Clash cards, but when you
You
have
did not.
super large ones like Lone Fighter, it's an efficient play.
Do you mind- do you
3
mind if I
cost
read that real
win.
quick?
That's
okay.
Dark deal.
there's not a
think
lot of
that's
small
minus-
targets to fish
minus
out,
2.
so that's an
I
issue.
felt
Total is
Oh,
blood.
Dark Bargain.
I'm going to purposely open it just so you can't use it.
Situational removal or bonus
Right,
attack.
and then
Looks like we're already starting to see a lot of different cards on the sideboard here.
They multiply.
dun-dun-dun-dun.
Christmas again.
Go ahead.
We got a repeat of last game.
This
It's
looks like a
Christmas.
similar last game.
It is. I will resource. The spear.
Okay.
Take this up. Swing your container. Also, I should
Going
also put
in
my
while Magnate has the ability to go for Mean Street's head.
No obstructs.
No buffs.
No, you shouldn't have lost it. It's you Dragon Heart, didn't you?
Oh, you're right.
You'd
I'm
have been
not. Thank you.
you're good. So I'll take 2.
Okay. And this time.
Yes. See, you were foreshadowing.
Eric already to 19. 4 away from his aura.
Yeah.
Azawai to follow his
And
ability.
I'll end my turn.
Gamma Fire comes back.
This is looking eerily
We
similar.
already saw the value of this last game. As Eric was just commenting, this game does look very similar to the first so far. but will it be a different result?
Resourcing
I
target
guess
list.
a good way to deal with Haven is to microwave her.
That'll do it. That'll do it.
Tapped out,
Tapped out.
Contender for 1.
Come on, a little poke.
Still has the defense of Detroit, so try to get those counters and get the card draw while you can.
No buffs. Sorry, no buffs. Any obstructs?
Go get my fire!
Right?
Two Havens running up on Magnate, kicking him in the shins. I still say one of the best starts in the game is the Haven jumping off the rooftop.
Yeah, you never know what she's gonna be up to. I know I wouldn't want to fight her, that's for sure.
Oh, for sure.
Pull anything out of that deck, right?
Ask Kilimanjaro how that fight goes.
Deliverance.
All right, you got a trap. Yeah, not lefties.
Contender for 1.
Get some more straight counters here.
I meant to say streak absorbing blow or better luck next time. Sneaky little
Yeah, yeah.
damage reducers.
Resource.
Camifire is an interesting form of removal because in total it costs 5. You got to pay 3 to play it, 2 to attach it, and it's, you know, it's a solid board wipe, but that's a lot of tempo.
It's a little more manageable when you can afford to set it up in multiple things.
Oh man, 4 cost
Alright. I've never seen that girl.
pestilence. Swings for your hand total can
So
keep
even
your
though I don't
hand
have
up.
something to engage, I
Immediately
can still
engaged. That's preventing a lot of
If I
damage.
did
from
have
her.
something, I would have to.
Oh,
It's just
there.
weird-
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
weird set 4 board days.
Yep.
So that's the trap we haven't seen yet.
Awesome.
Yeah. That,
Yeah, that is a huge. Wow. Speechless.
And now, yeah, now that it's engaged, it can get attacked by. I mean, we already have 4 resources. We go up to 5 and come in with a win.
We could see that 4 cost clarity this turn.
I've got a lot of options here.
You always wonder when you see a player put 2 pieces of removal in their resource road, does that mean they drew 3?
It's possible. I mean, we don't see a lot of clash cards coming with a magnet deck a lot of the time, so maybe just holding 1 is good enough. You see him eyeing that 5-drop win here.
Resource a Lin.
In the resource, though. Do we have another one, maybe? Time to deliver some presents. And by
Contender for
presents, I mean damage. Going in for 1.
Alright.
Creating a street counter. No buffs. I'll engage my contender to draw.
Must be
mean he's
collecting on those presents.
Yeah. Doesn't mean he's still not getting presents.
Gonna swing at pestilence.
Coming up to Pestilence with the Haven.
I have no buffs.
Interesting.
Huh? Oh, reviving it.
In the same realization, we were also confused. Turns out
There
we're
it
trying to
is.
get Haven back with that win. And now we have the perfect clash card to get rid of that Pestilence.
It's a 4/5.
That was dirty. I'm here for that.
Yeah. going for that class ground's pretty close too.
For those watching with links, it's a bounty cast on your card.
Okay, so
You defeat
so she
something.
trigger enters. I'll do my 4-tap draw.
Play 1 or 2 cards from either player's Oblivion. So
This
slap
into my hand and then put this on the
get
bottom.
back into play with draw.
Yep.
Foretell is on the bottom or the top, correct? Or does it have to go back? And then I'll swing
Yeah.
at the Bounding Pestilence. She gets a street counter.
The main value of that one-cost Haven is that draw card ability. So if you have ways to recur it, that's a lot of value.
So contender for 2.
Alright.
You know how much I love one cost Haven.
I will end my turn. And then on end of turn, I'm going to bring back Haven.
I mean, I heard even yesterday in the trade night,
And then I'll draw a
everybody
card.
wants this Christmas.
I'm gonna trigger. Go ahead.
Resource.
Mean Streak now has the resource lead due to ramp, which is pretty significant. Going
Make
second.
two to attach Gamma Fire.
Here comes the game of fire.
Game of Fire,
Ready for that big
right.
boy.
We're gonna watch the world burn here.
Or tap.
Untap
By the
top.
world, you mean a lot of Havens.
I will swing into Clarity. Since
Yep, going in
I
on
will
will.
get rid of
2,
Ally
4,
Seal, 3 damage to everything.
4, 2.
So that happens. That happens now, correct?
Yes.
The deal 3 damage.
Gamma Fire.
Yeah, upon declaration of the
Just wanna make
attack
sure
is
so
the
that everything
trigger,
dies
so there's
except
no
Clarity right
window
now?
for a clash buff.
Then you may send this and deal 3 instead. So everything but the clarity dies.
And then this attack into the clarity still has the 3 lingering damage from the gamma fire.
Got it. Because it's still the clash.
And the Havens
Just making
burn in a deadly gamma fire.
Eight. And then no buffs.
Yep, no buffs.
Alright, I'll go down 4.
Haven always
He's at
comes
2-0,
back.
correct?
She's just
She
hiding.
would,
That
Yeah.
will trigger my
In
victory.
plain sight, so that's it.
you were not under 15.
What's important is this clarity dies last, so she doesn't trigger the ability to buff the ball.
15 or less at the time.
Still takes 4 from the smackback from that 4-4.
Has to be
A lot of damage.
at the time of
And if you read the card too,
So
like
just talking
obviously
to
you've read
Jeff
it,
here
but it
about
also
the
says
Gamma
at
Fire
the start
rules.
of your turn.
well,
you
yeah,
can
but
tender. Isn't that also the trigger?
victory just happens at 15.
Oh,
So
We were able to sneak in an update to the rules 1 week to try and give us the best, most accurate play
I'm guessing
experience.
someone
but
told you it was
some
like that.
card effects
Yeah, I've had
have
that before too.
gotten,
I actually asked that question. yesterday.
depending on how you look at it, slight alterations or clearer clear intentions on some of the muddier effects, which are catching some players off guard on some of our timing windows.
It's definitely important to clear up, but it makes sense in this case as well.
Yeah, now if any time is when you ask questions.
Draw for turn.
All right, Mean Streak has to set up again.
I mean, we see that full grip. You know Havens are bound to rebuild.
Looks like a Nene in the resource row. Nothing to put a bounty counter on, so less valuable in this situation. And it dies to the hit back.
Challenge.
Is that another? Did he play? I guess he played 2 Gamma Fires. I
That was
missed that.
top deck
Wow.
your gamma fire.
Yep, setting up for another wave to Havens. This is the first time we've seen the Chowling played here. That is an out to the Gamma Fire.
Oh man, huge.
While it doesn't get rid of it forever, it does make you have to play it again.
So we'll put that on.
That'll make it an 8 cost Gamma
Yeah,
Fire
yeah.
if he goes for it again, which is not how much you want to pay for that
And
card.
contender for 4.
Merry Christmas. Let me send you the bill.
Chowling, a respectable 4/6.
Yeah,
You get 5
that's what
resources.
Scott left there.
I
They're
have
down to
5
10.
resources.
Chowling's a card I thought we would see a lot more. Being able to
Gotta get that damage.
time walk
in.
snuff right word, but you know, like getting a card thrown back on your deck, losing a drop.
Resource. Gamma Fire. Yep. Oh yeah, I choose off
Yep.
right there. Okay.
I see David resource the Gamma Fire
Alright.
this time. Perhaps learning it might be too expensive now.
Target my challenge.
Yeah, at this point in the game, it definitely gets a lot less value. David probably trying to send his cards more like Common Greg.
While you're
trying to
thinking,
do the defense.
could you technically send Defilers to Oblivion without target? We can talk about that.
Defiler's
Don't worry.
Vial is really
I was thinking, like, for
interesting,
Mocking, we
in,
could get
so that
Now it has
the
to-
first turn you play it, it gets 2 counters, and it ramps so fast. And once it hits 6, you know, he doesn't necessarily need to put more counters on it. It works on anything in his deck that we know so far. Unless he's running 10-10 Machina, but I
Here's that lone fighter again.
Kill
Oh.
that.
Currently an 8-8.
Want to. Currently a 4-6 from Detroit.
I will. Do I care?
The real question is, who are you attacking? You get rid of the big
Sweet,
5 card, you coming at face? Coming at a contender, sounds right.
No obstructs. Any buffs?
I mean,
No buffs.
8 damage is a big chunk of your life total.
I'm just going to play a buff to buff
Odd
my
man.
flash cards and draw 2.
Looks like it's choosing
For
to
the
drop
draw.
2. Yep.
Still
Not too
taking
worried about the
rolls.
damage.
Draw 2. I'll take 8.
Second ability. Alright.
They're taking 8 to the face.
Mean Streak, secondary effect online.
Words.
Looks to be another close game.
I'll swing it to your contender.
Okay.
Coming in for their 2 damage.
And I'll end my turn.
Next question is how David will survive whatever Eric plays next.
I can't tell if Mad Hay has a resource up or not. Doesn't look
like it, but we did see him play Sacrificial Strength the previous game, so he might have that face down in the traps here.
He'll need it to flashback for sure.
There's a pretty steep cost sacrificing your lone fighter for it, though.
Alright.
Clarity.
There we go. Health total.
Play out of clarity.
Oh, there's big clarity.
I will sacrificial strength.
Yep, has a Sacrificial Strength. Sacrificing the lone fighter for 2 resources.
Quick act. Yep. And then I'm going to buff rogues 2 to attack. And then I roll foretell.
Clarity, grab another card.
Lone Fighter's gone.
Put this one into my hand. This on the bottom. Or well, her user ability. Sorry. Not foretell. Use her ability. So he is currently a 2-2.
2-2 and prevents 1 damage.
2-2 and prevents 1 damage.
It's been another like super close Razor's Edge
Those are 6
game.
attack,
Like
right?
it's very easy
I
to
don't think you're dead with the one swing, but
overextend
let's
in matchups
play
like
it out.
this.
So I'll swing at your contender for 6.
Alright.
I mean,
You
that's
would take
one thing you always have to remember when you
Yep.
play a game like this, is that as soon as you play cards that are coming in swinging sometimes, you have to be able to prepare a defense for whatever your opponent's going to play on their turn.
I'll engage my contender to draw. Contender for 4.
Another 4.
Special summon Shaolin. Contender for 4.
Sacrifice the Clarity.
Hey, good games, man.
Come in for a lethal.
Got it.
And that'll be the game.
Mean Streak with the sweep.
Magnate is terrible.
Never running low on cards either. We really saw the value of the Chowling this game. It comes in, it has 6 defense from the Clash Grounded play. Even with the Sacrificial Strength to buff your defense, it still wasn't enough to prevent all that damage.
Well, If it's anyone's guess, I know who I'm rooting for now.
Yeah, fair enough. We know you have a soft spot for Mean Streak. I'm very excited to see what we have with the rest of the field. We have Mean Streak as our first win today. I'm sure we'll see more decks like that Magnate through the rest of the day. That'll be us signing off for this round, but we'll see you all in the next one for more Alpha Clash gameplay.
Thanks for watching.
Talk to you later. Technical difficulties here. We'll still hang out apparently. All right, we'll talk for a little bit. We'll adapt. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. So we're 4 sets deep now in the trading card game. We've already talked about decks we're excited to see. With the newest expansion, Genesis returns. What do you think are some of the most impactful cards we've seen so far?
So I brought up I Am Demise earlier as some of the craziest removal and the ability to trade health for the ability to bring back either some really huge cards. Some people are betting on 6-cost death. I like to bring back combo pieces like 4 or 3-cost Conquest to set up the Forceful Brute. Suddenly your board gets +1/+1 or +2/+2.
I mean, we've seen people make entire decks around that card where they're trying to play, maybe they're playing the new Kilimanjaro, filling up your discard, and then trying to cheat into play the super expensive machine with that 10/10 body. It's a lot of damage, but if you can't remove it, that's a lot you have to deal with immediately.
Absolutely. We also have Sacrificial Strength has already made its appearance.
Yep.
We have Revelations.
Shocking Revelation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone's afraid of that card.
Oh,
you
yeah.
get total hand information. You get to remove whatever piece that scares you most, and it has our version of balance. You can wipe your opponent's board when you look, completely exposed.
Yeah, it definitely punishes your opponent if they overcommit the board. They think they might have the lead. They'll start playing a bunch of Clash cards, swinging for a bunch of damage. And the last thing you want is to get board wiped and have a card stripped from your hand and have no threats remaining. So you have to really pick your spots against that card.
And as icing, Genesis can draw a card just to make it hurt that much more.
Yeah. Have portals open to get an extra card. So, do you think we'll see the continued strength of decks like we've seen played before? Like Torque has been extremely popular. Where do you think he sits now?
I do know players have, from our perspective, finally discovered Suit Up Heavy Power Armor Torque,
yes.
which the Heavy Power Armor gives you an extra card draw for really dirty, multiple directions. Red already has its awesome abilities. You can blow up your own Moxies with scales. Like that deck draws an insane number of cards for cool little combos.
Yeah, there's a lot of combos we haven't seen as much before that we're starting to see pop up now. It's always super cool to see what players come up with cards like that.
One of the great things of Alpha Clash is even if you feel like you see a lot of contenders over and over and over again, one of the things that we want to work on when we show our standings and our, the breadth of the meta is that a lot of times the decks aren't like carbon copies of each other. I know there's like 5 different Genesises.
All completely different color combinations. Yeah.
All banking on different strategies, different outs, different removal. So even if we do see a lot of Genesis, like it's not the same deck.
Oh, exactly. Like I was playing in the Awakening yesterday, and in top 4 as an example, we had some Genesis decks, but they were completely different. Like as an example, I was playing blue-green, and then I had opponents playing blue-red. So they might be playing that Torque Boom combo you've seen before in the resources, or you might have people playing green. I have a soft spot for Cog and the Dragon. I just think that card is super great. So you might have players stocking up green resources to play cards like that. Or maybe you're playing white, so you could play like the Haven Clarity package. You could do that too. So there's a lot of strategy you can come up with even just one contender like you're saying, which is super cool.
I'm excited. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm excited to see traps. I think traps are one of the more exciting things that can happen in our game, and awesome moments like that tap on the Devious Servant or the one that can counter enter triggers, you know, so maybe Kagan doesn't get that kill.
Yeah. So we do have a lot of new mechanics in the new set as well. I mean, we even had
Unfortunately.
All right, welcome back to Clash Con Pro Tour 2024. We're going to get started in our second round here. We do have some different contenders. We do have Conquest, which I know is a big favorite of yours. So we're going to see a different matchup. Excited to see how this one turns out. Do you remember who the other one was?
I didn't get a glance at it before we
Okay.
sat down.
No problem. Let me double check, and I'll get back to the stream in 1 second.
It's a 25% chance to be a Genesis, so
That's fair. That's fair. If I had to guess, that would be a good guess. I know they're shuffling up right now. We did have some hiccups earlier in the stream. We should have those taken care of now, so that's good. For just as a heads up for all the viewers, we do have the cameras swapped, so they are lined up properly with the player names. So it should be much easier for you to understand. So yeah, we'll get started shortly. Machina, that is the other contender. So we have the old guard, as it were. Machina versus Conquest. How do you think this matchup will go?
So I think if I were to have joined this tournament, my bet was Conquest because I like his matchup against Machina because the 25 health total, the slightly less clash cards to interact with and slow down Conquest's aggression. He can swing out of nowhere and just put Machina on the back foot.
Yeah.
But it depends on what color the machine is. It's likely green-blue. So a lot of throwing, a lot of using his ability to draw cards.
Yeah. All right, sounds good. So it looks like we got the players shuffling up here. We see a green resource from Corey here on the machine side. We got
Right
the
there,
scrap
portal's
turn
already
one.
open. But Conquest likes that,
He does, he does.
which is another reason why I like him into this matchup. You
Fair
know,
enough.
your 6-drop can gain flight, and depending on what I want to know is what the secondary color for Conquest is. Oh, turn it back.
Oh, shut the door right away.
Very cool. I wonder what that resource is on Conquest side. It's hard to see.
It looks like the cog on the dual color green and white.
Oh, green,
so it looks
white.
like we
We're
got a
going
green
green,
white
white.
conquest at the very least.
So we got Defiler's File, we have Devious Servant. A lot of ways to lower the stats of Clash cards, giving Conquest much easier times getting the trigger victories.
Yep.
All right, we got the Ramp Haven. Playing a Ramp Haven for a Ramp Haven. Classic. Win.
So it's always been so strong about Machine rather than Haven specifically, which is why a lot of people gravitate towards this green-blue build, is the common play pattern of turn 1 scrap to open the portal, throw it with Machina, deal 2 damage draw, and then Haven ramp, and then when the Haven dies, you get the scrap back to throw again.
Changing the portal again. And we have a Kagan in the resource room. Setting up a Devious Servant.
Interesting.
No, that's. They pass it on.
So what's cool about this is, since it can control the portal on both sides, he knows Corey also wants it open for the Pestilence cards, so he can just shut it on turns where he doesn't want to play Pestilence cards.
Domination. That was not on my bingo card as the Clash buff because Triumphant gives you that 3 healing, but now he has a huge hard to kill
Machine is at
4/3
Yeah.
for the turn.
I'm going to leave this here because it's until my next turn. Let's go contender.
And going in with Conquest, if you can't draw the card, you need to use your health advantage as much as possible. Conquest is a big bully.
Yeah, that makes sense. So Corey down to 20 here.
Corey did get the ramp though, so Conquest really has to make a lot out of a little. Two turns and this game's already been super exciting.
Yeah, a lot of super interesting plays here.
Target list.
Definitely one of the better accessories Machina can throw. It can draw a card if you kill the Clash card, and then you can throw it for additional damage to draw another card.
Let's see what he follows up.
There's the Lin.
There's Lin.
6 drop.
So the interesting thing about target list too is it's not a once per turn trigger. So if there's multiple cards that have bounty counters, you can draw multiple cards. Throwing a scrap here.
From this, draw a card from this. Yep.
Drawing 2 cards. One from the throw, one from a target list.
I know I said I like Conquest in this matchup, but it's still not easy.
That is fair.
Ramp Haven.
So getting that back with the Lin trigger here, getting extra ramp. And when that Haven dies, you get another accessory back too.
It's a very, very, very good start for Masha.
Mm-hmm.
International Space Station for the potential Clash Ground control.
Coming in with a Pestilence, giving a -1/-1. Drawing card. Choosing to pass, keeping up some blockers for damage here.
I would have considered throwing my 2-1 away because the Lin trigger doesn't happen on your opponent's turn. So he could have gotten rid of the bounty counter and maybe not set up another combo for them.
It's always an option, but there's downsides to that too. So I might have decided to keep it up thinking that there might be another bounty counter coming into play.
There's the 4 cost.
It does soak up this Pestilence trigger though.
True.
So there is some value in that as well. Well, we did see some early advantage pushed by that Conquest. It looks like Machine is coming back with a vengeance.
Coming in for 3. Whistler in play. Played regularly. Throwing a compound bow at Conquest's face.
It's better than shooting arrows with a bow, it's shooting a bow with their hands. Looks like we're moving to the end step here. Thinking about Lin targets. Grabbing back that Pestilence, defeat the other Pestilence. Corey really getting value out of these Lins here.
Going on turn 4 for Conquest. Victorious can come into play and at least eat something and drop.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the swing heavy, but it does give Conquest a little bit of position potential.
So if you're in Conquest position here, what do you think would be a good plan to stop a wide board like this? I know he likes coming in at like singular clash cards, but what about a wide board?
Undefeated can be pretty potent in this scenario. There it is.
Oh, there it is.
There it
Yeah.
is.
Looks like he thinks the same.
He does have the clash buff that doesn't let him attack again if he gets the victory trigger, which is tricky. He might not be playing all the same clash buff too. Okay, he's going for it. So that's a trade.
We do
There
have
is
the buff.
dominate. Okay.
Coming in again.
All right, might have a response. Domination has not yet occurred, it looks like. Okay, lets it through. He could have proverbially chump blocked, but he didn't. All right, with the pass.
Okay.
So that conquest is a 4-5 at the moment.
What's interesting about this clash buff specifically is it lasts an extra turn. Most are until end of turn or end of clash. So it may not be able to attack again.
Right.
You
Which
still
is
get
what
the extra
Undefeated's
value.
good for.
Exactly.
The cool thing, though, is when you have a dominated undefeated, when it obstructs and it eats something, it readies again. So you can get 2 blocks off of him.
Interesting. Yeah. So here comes
Very
down the
shiny
Avenging
card.
guy. Retrieving another bow from the deck here.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay. I was like, Corey plays Glare?
Opting to attach it here.
Swinging at Conquest head.
Only for 5. It's a lot of damage.
Now Undefeated will be forced to attack as the first attack trigger of its turn.
Looks like we're launching a target list. Getting some free chip damage on a card here. Passing it back to Conquest here. That domination play saved a ton of incoming damage.
So we're getting closer to the potential of I Am Victory. With the portal open, he can tap and buff some of his cards and really start chewing through some of those targets really easily.
Well, the
Oh,
pestilence.
it's his own Pestilence. That leaves it at a 2-2.
Yeah,
All right, going
conveniently.
for it, going for it.
smaller than that Conquest.
All right, he gets it. Readies, draws the card. That Conquest, or the Pestilence maybe, gets a... No, that Conquest specifically gets an attack buff. Pestilence, threatening, can eat any of those blockers. The cool thing about Conquest is any Harbinger that trigger victories can draw him a card. It's not just Conquest cards. He just buffs his own Conquest cards. There we go. Eats a blocker.
It is interesting, yeah. It's only Harbinger. Notably, the Conquest Contender doesn't get its second ability until 10 life versus the 15 of some of the others.
Second ability is huge because of the card Forceful Brute. 3 cost 3/3. When you would engage a card you don't control, your whole board gets +1/+1, and it has no limit. So with I Am Victory, with the 10, with Victorious, you can sometimes get +2/+2, which is absolutely massive.
Corey here, still a lot of cards, a lot of options.
Not that you wouldn't expect it from green, but given away that Kagan is a part of your conquest strategy is interesting. It really helps the dual color white-green Kagan because white has some of the lowest and strictest pip costs in the game, which usually hurt Conquest's ability to clash buff. So that Kagan comes in huge, and also the red-white Conquest, which is a 6/5 for him, is also really, really good. Conquest got a lot of love this set.
So it looks like we're playing the 4-drop Pestilence here. With all those cards in hand, should be coming in for a lot of damage. Choosing to throw the bow first to get that 2 damage and that extra cards to get that extra power for the Pestilence as well. Good sequencing from Corey here. Swinging in.
Conquest cannot buff himself with Domination.
There's another downside for sure.
That's 6. So now if he plays any very low card, I mean it doesn't matter what card you use, but he can engage any card of his own to engage an opponent's card. So usually like a Haven or a 1-cost Conquest or a Pestilence all turn into tappers, as we may colloquially know them, engagers.
Interesting. Yeah, you almost never see that last Pestilence ability of actually reading one of your Clash cards when it has you have 7 cards in hand.
7, yeah.
A lot of people forget about that.
I did it in Vegas.
Yeah. It's a lot to think about here at such a low life total on Hollow's End.
This is what I was talking about before, where it's scary to put Machina at 10. So how hard do you want to hit, how hard do you want to clean up, and how much more time do you want to give Machina to swing back?
Fortunately for Hollow, I don't think he has much time here.
I'm really pulling for an iron victory here, but we'll see what we get. So that's 2 white right there.
Deliverance on the Pestilence. Still a lot to think about. Looking to play
Passes.
defensive and pass. Now with Hollow at 4, it's such a low life total. I mean, if the machine even has 1 accessory, it effectively immediately puts him to 2.
It's true.
There's such a steep clock to deal with. And there's the cog on the dragon. Yeah.
All right,
He's
moving
scooping
on
it
to
up.
next game.
Going to the next game. Unfortunately, Conquest this game just could not put up with all that aggression after the 2nd or 3rd turn. The value Machina got from Lyn and Haven was really put on display this game especially.
It was disgusting.
I mean, a single Haven can ramp once, it comes back, you get a 2nd ramp, and with all those cards, you're perfectly happy getting more resources. And then every time the Haven gets defeated, you just add that accessory right back to launch again for more damage. So that puts a lot of pressure on Conquest.
It does, and Conquest has a lot of frail low-costers in this list that are very easy to remove.
Yeah.
Because the Pestilence package is good at dealing with itself.
Yeah,
Which is
it is.
hilarious.
So I'm curious to see what the players will come out with the sideboard here. Hopefully we'll see some action with I Am Victory, or rather the new cards this set. I know Conquest has been cooking with a lot of these new cards. And we'll see if the same aggressive game plan is enough for Machina this time.
He's playing both colors that have ways of dealing with accessories. So there could be knocking off the target list or knocking off the Whistler's bows. Costs 2, so it's a tempo loss, but maybe that will save just enough damage. We'll see. I'm surprised that it's not triumphant, because when running triumphant, depending on how many you draw, on average you tend to see 2 Clash Buffs a game, which gives Conquest 36 health, plus the 1 defense if he played on himself. You can mitigate up to almost 16 damage on average with your Clash Buff sometimes.
It is a lot. I mean, as we saw with just that 1 Clash Buff, it prevented the opponent with swinging the whole board. So that
True.
prevents a ton of damage.
I like domination. It's just a different style, and it's
Yeah.
what you're trying to deal with. Triumphant for burn, but yeah. No, it's cool. I'm happy to see it.
There's definitely pros and cons of playing each of the Clash Buffs, which is always good to have.
The Clash Buff stage is the thing that got me the most excited for the game. It kind of turned into like a poker feel with the zero cost buffs, where you were betting if they had it or not and if you could extend or not. Interestingly, when we got rid of the zero cost buffs, Conquest got a huge buff from that, because Undefeated used to be not safe to attack with, because you could zero cost buff yourself, Undefeated would die. And now that's not. Now he gets free reign to bully up if you can catch him when they don't have resources.
Right. Well, we may not have 0 Clash Buffs. If your opponent has a trap down, as we saw with earlier with Sacrificial Strength,
Yep.
they still might be able to Clash Buff with a buff that has a cost by raiding resources.
As a designer going and looking towards the future, I know we're really into set 4 and really into the Pro Tour today, but looking ahead, Clash Buffs are one of the areas that I want to expand the most, because it's one of our most interesting moments in our game. And even not specifically cards that are Clash Buffs, but cards that can be played during the phase. Like I used to play Conquest with Sphere Protection as a pseudo Clash Buff, because that also happens then, and then your guys don't die and force the trade. It's almost like Undisputed.
All right, so looks like we're done sideboarding. Back to the game, shuffling up for game 2.
Conquest gets to go first this time, and if he can curve out, he gets to set the pace of the game. So hopefully Hollow can use that to his advantage. I like to say, Conquest has like the widest coin flip-flop on going first or going second. So Conquest going first, very scary.
It's like we're done with mulligans, playing first resource, and we see a trap at a Hollow this time.
And that's the new Conquest readying up. Another way to ready and bring it down. Devious Servant as a resource. There's the Shard.
Seeing a repeat from last game here. Getting some free damage.
Did he throw
Was
it?
this an attack, or was he throwing?
According to the health, it was a throw, but he still has a Shard in play.
All right, we'll just get some clarification on that here.
All right, Mayhem Maker is safe to swing.
Oh, so it's an attack swing.
Okay,
Not okay. Interesting.
so Hollow should have 1 more health then. I'm a little confused. So we saw the Classic of Mayhem play where you can debuff their contender and you can sneak into free hit and not get hit back. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
we're
yeah.
resetting the life total here. We're all good.
He should be at 28. 28's good. Oh, okay. He got swung into and he swung back. All right, we've got the Haven. She comes into play engage, so hopefully he can feast on her with undefeated. Okay.
Okay, so it looks like we're good on life totals here. Yep, looks like we're playing the one cost Pestilence, killing the Haven, getting the accessory back.
Now is he? It looks like he's throwing it in to lose it, or is he buffing?
Looks like he's buffing here.
All right.
Have a blocker up from some aggression on that 4th resource turn from the Machina.
Punching again. So, okay, so he couldn't draw from the defeat trigger because that's not how it wasn't a trigger victory, but he is using his staunch 30 starting health to punch Machina in the face.
Yeah, a lot of headbutting action in this game.
Heck yeah, that's my kind of action. All right, trading Pestilence for Pestilences. Swing back. Machina swinging back. Okay.
Interesting.
Machina is not afraid. I really love that another piece of great art is the one cost Conquest holding Magnate by his throat.
Oh, yeah.
That card doesn't even have attack. Devious, let's go.
Coming in for.
That's a trade.
ton
That's a
of
draw.
damage. All right. Swinging. So we've Corey down to. We're still at 16. Okay. So we'll see another headbutt to go down to 15, maybe.
Another Kagan in the resource row.
You don't need him super early, so it makes sense to resource, so.
For sure. It's always one of those questions that you want to try to suss out from your opponent is like, did they draw it? And then if they resource it, did they draw another one?
Got the Avenging guy, getting a bow from deck.
Both those pieces of art have Avenging Guy looking very inquisitive, which cracks me up.
He has to think really hard about doing something.
All right,
Equip the bow.
it's the 5/5. It would be a trade right now if he went for the Devious, I believe. I don't.
Looks like it with all his cards in hand, if I had to guess. So the real question is the trade or not at that point. Because if you let the Conquest trade and get a victory, or not trade, and get a victory, then he'll get the card draw. So it looks like we are
Alright.
taking the trade here. Get another headbutt. Bonk.
My heroes.
Corey down to 15 now, so he'll have his second ability going into his next turn. So when he does eventually turn that bow into a gun and just shoots him with it, then he'll get a buff on his clash cards.
21 health, nothing to sneeze at on Hollow. Still in a good position. 2 Kagans in the resource row. Okay. 5, 4. Oh, Sonoro.
Card we haven't seen too much recently, but still a good card at set 1. Each time you swing with it, you get a draw card. Oh, so not only do we get a draw card, but we replace it with the Chao Ling, get rid of the bow, and immediately swing in for more damage.
Fantastic.
Really turning up the aggression here to punish Machina.
Happy to see Sonoro. It was often voted one of the best cards of set 1,
Yeah.
especially for a rare.
Yeah, there's a lot of value packed on that one card.
Makes me wonder if Hollow has frontline, because you can get double draw off of
Yeah.
Sonoro.
Cogging on the Chao Ling here,
Sure.
swinging in for 5. But will Corey survive the crackback is the question.
I'm just going to assume Hollow's whole hand is Kagans.
Yeah, at this rate, it's a safe bet. Come in for 5 with Cog Gun and bonk him on the head with your face.
Oh, there he is. Wow. Oh, that's the Covenant one, too. 6, flyer, boom. Yeah. Fantastic. So if Conquest can control the match, he's just going to hit you harder.
Yeah, I mean, as we saw that Chao Ling too, you just pushed a lot of unexpected damage and really put Machina on the back foot there. So we'll see Machina going first, if they'll get that turn 2 ramp, if that's enough to secure a game 3, or if Wolf Conquest run over the Machina again.
The Chao Ling is huge to throw those accessories back if he can get that set up again. But Conquest on the back foot again.
Yeah, and it really punished all those early headbutts, because then you're just low enough for the Conquest to immediately kill you at the end, versus throwing that bow and shooting them for damage, replacing it, not giving a target for the Chao Ling, because when the Chao Ling puts it back on the top of your deck, now you're guaranteed to just draw an accessory and maybe not the bomb you need to win the game.
That was
Masterfully played by Hollow on Conquest that game.
Game 1 was like picturesque Machina, and Game 2, Conquest knew exactly what he wanted.
Yeah.
That was so cool. And it's interesting, we were saying earlier that Conquest gets benefits from any Harbingers, but we know Kagan's in his list. Sonoro, good enough card to run regardless. Chao Ling, I'm really happy to see Huntsman. Chao Ling was one of the more fun cards to design. That card had a lot of iterations.
Oh, yeah.
But he landed in such a cool place.
And what's interesting about that card even is you don't even have to play white cards if you don't want to. You can cheat them in with any Clash card that's 5 or higher. So just like that zero cost Clash card we saw being played earlier in a list that did not have white, if you wanted to, you could do the exact same with Chao Ling too.
Man, we've already seen 3 decks that weren't expected for this event at the top tables, pushing forward, and it's what we want. We want to see diversity. We want to see, even if these games end or these decks end 3-3, that's still respectable. That's still, you don't have to play what you think everyone's playing.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of room for creativity in Alpha Clash, and you really get rewarded for coming up with interesting solutions to some complex problems. We really saw the last game too, especially the value out of the sideboard and how game plans can completely change. Going first, second, what opponent you're playing. Sometimes your game plan might be wildly different from what your baseline design of your deck would be.
Yeah, 100%.
So we're
All
going
right.
into game 3 here. I'm assuming Machina will be going first, so we'll see if we can keep up the aggression this game.
You want to take bets on how quickly a Kagan goes into a resource row? Turn 2? Not counting the green-white one, I mean, obviously.
Yeah, it's a very fair assumption. You need 6 resources, and 4 of them have to be green, so it makes sense that a lot of them will get resourced. Does make me wonder how many he's actually playing, though. Yeah, greens, that is.
Yeah, he has double 6 cost top end. That's a
Yeah.
lot of finishers. Interestingly, virtually no Clash Ground play, which, you know, hopes a lot of decks can thrive in that environment.
We know Conquest especially really likes frontline, right? So that would be
Frontline's
a-
huge.
Yep, that'd be a great target. Machino doesn't really care about him too much, especially in blue-green here. Looks like we're only shipping a couple cards from Corey's end here.
I've been playing a fun black-white Conquest using Moxies and Havens in Denver for just other tiny, you know, 2 damage pokes. And then if I can get the forceful combo off, I have so many 1-drops that suddenly become 3s, and you just have to respect that.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of ways you can build Conquest for sure. So you see the scrap, turn 1.
Scrap.
This time we got one of the new color cards from the most recent set.
There's readying up as a resource again. All right.
Gun trap. Chuck that scrap, 2 damage.
Draw card.
Now we see the turn 2 Haven. I'm assuming so because one was resourced. Yep, there it is.
There it is. Resource a haven for a haven.
Yep. Classic.
Because he was able to scrap, he's not a card down this turn. Sometimes ramping puts you down to a slightly lower hand count as a cost that can mess you up or make you miss a turn.
Yeah, the built-in recursion from Haven really adding to the whole package there. Come in for a poke.
That is a fresh, undefeated target, but he would get a scrap back to throw back, so
Not the worst thing to happen.
there it is. I love to see it. Now he stands up. Now he draws a card. Now he can swing for 4. Get him.
Boom.
Get him. I'm not biased. Don't worry about it.
I got so much value on a 2-drop. Coming in, defeating a Clash card, drawing a card off Conquest, readying, swinging again.
I got my 4th case topper of that art this weekend. I'm really
Nice.
happy for
Cool.
it. I like to say because he's like wrestling a dinosaur,
Yeah.
that's why the dinosaurs went extinct.
Conquest single-handedly wrestled all of
He-
them. It's
he fought
Conquest with the
everything.
steel chair, putting them through a tree.
All right, we got Whistler. Can't attach it.
Nothing saying you can't launch it, though.
It's true.
I mean, the value passively of just Conquest's first ability to get the extra 1 attack turns a 2-drop into a 3/3, so now he has to trade. Or is that only when attacking?
It's only one attack.
Okay, my mistake. Either way, it's so much value on attack. Luckily, he doesn't trade the Avenging guy here.
He could have another. He could dominate to eat this guy.
Good.
There's the kicker. I was off by a
Yep.
turn.
Yep.
Pestilence it down. Go for the
Swing it
kill
Get a buff.
with the buff.
There it is.
So he gets the draw. Beautiful. Beautiful.
And now we have a big blocker going into Corey's next turn.
Because domination is sticky, you can't dominate an already dominated card. So that's a little bit of a ruffle with that. But it's like you already did.
Right. Yeah, it's just there.
I just don't know how much value he can get out of leaving one up in this specific instance. Here's the target list. Target locked.
Playing a Whistler down here. We just have a hand of accessories. Playing some Clash cards. Okay. Yep. So it'll do the 4 damage here. -2 from Pestilence, 2 from the shooting of the bow.
I'll take that trade.
Yeah. Target list does draw a card here.
It took nearly as many cards to kill it as it was spent on.
Yep.
So, is Conquest at 3 white? Meaning he's 1 turn off if he wanted to go the Kagan route?
Yeah, he's probably forfeiting the Kagan side of his deck here to favor white.
For sure. It's a little in. Mega Man blasting for 2 damage.
Here, let me just give you a little foreshadowing here on this dinosaur I'm about to wrestle.
You hate to see it.
Give me that.
It's not for you.
Conquest back with the steel chair. He's switching sides though.
Four for. Okay. Has to.
Might be able to wrestle a dinosaur, but it's no match from the poison from Pestilence.
Trying to go for another draw here.
Choosing to obstruct.
He gets it. He gets the draw. The draw feels so earned when you get trigger victory. I like that victory is like you have to decisively win the bout. Feels so visceral.
I mean, you see Conquest. You deserve a reward if you put an entire dinosaur to the ground with your arms.
Health totals still above 20.
Pretty close game here.
We're
Although, the longer the game goes, usually Machina's gas starts to peter out a little bit.
a little bit. We saw Sonoro go into the resource zone. As always, I wonder, because he's set up to Sonoro this turn, and he could do the Chowling trick again.
Could. We see a lone fighter in the
Lone
resource,
fighter.
which is interesting. Must have some other really good cards in hand if you want to resource that at this point in the game. That is a pretty good card. You got the 4-drop Pestilence here.
Devious.
Looks like he'll be drawing a card. I think he's got 3 in hand here. Coming in for a 4. Maybe more than that. Yep, drawing card. check a list, chip in for a little more damage, draw a card.
Now he doesn't have an accessory, so Huntsman isn't as value. It's still a powerful play. Zaven.
Perfect
Ooh,
card for the
going for
target
the
list for
land.
later. Oh,
Nice.
Wastelands. You don't see that often from Machina players.
Let you reset lands.
Yeah.
And of course, Pestilences.
Makes me wonder if that's out of sideboard to deal with those big Conquest Clash cards.
Alright, Conquest gets to make some moves. Devious is a threat.
Haven's still up to block too, but Conquest is pretty good at engaging Clash cards to get through defenses.
Machina is tapped out. Potentially, you could go for the. He could swing an undefeated at the Lin, get the kill, and then swing the undefeated at the Pestilence and knock it out. He wouldn't get both, but he can threaten.
Still thinking on resource here, it looks like. Do we commit further to green and progress towards a Kagan game plan, or go more towards the white and commit towards Conquest value? Looks like we're choosing the green route here.
Devious. So it's 3 green. Two white. Sonora.
Interesting. So we're coming into the Pestilence here.
Draw a card.
Now, is he trying to bait the block here?
So Corey only has 3 cards, so Sonora would live.
Okay, yeah. You get the +1/+1 when he attacks. Now, will we see the Chowling after is the question. So looking what for accessory to recur here with the Haven.
Oh, sorry. Trying to cover a yawn.
Yeah, a lot of us have been staying up pretty late gaming, so can't get enough Alpha Clash. That does happen. Grab back the target list
5
with the
in the
Haven.
morning to 1 in the morning yesterday.
Yeah.
There it is. There's the Huntsman.
All right, swing it in for 4. Pass them back. All we got left is a Lin on board from the machine now.
Machine's got a small hand. A lot of resources, but how many impactful plays can you do to 19 health is the question at this point.
The way he's managing his resources, it looks like I might see a Kagan or something this turn if I had to guess. Is a very good response to the Chowling here. Corey with the higher life totals. We got a little bit of an edge on his end still, as long as he doesn't run out of gas. Pretty important turn. Definitely want to think about your options before committing to a big play here. Six resources. There's the Kagan.
All
Yep.
right.
Wipe up the board.
Enter the dragon. Smack for 2. Smack for 5.
Conquest
Machida
down
for the
here.
1. Headbutt.
Bonk. Less likely to bite him this time for being a little too aggressive. Choose to be patient early. We'll see if it pays off here. With Hollow at 11, conveniently he's not at 10 yet, so he doesn't have that ability.
Oh, it's like a 4th green.
Gonna
Looks
cock him
like-
back?
Oh,
No.
oh. Okay.
Taking the trade.
Tyrant, good into this matchup. Another way to deal with accessories.
Unfortunately, Hollow looks like he's still on defense at the moment.
It's unfortunate he didn't have the domination there. He drew all his Kagans last game. Now they're missing. Hollow goes to 9. That's 4.
Corey's still got plenty of gas left in the tank. Oh, we got to do trap here.
I didn't see that
Engaging it
trap.
when it comes into play. Saves him a little bit of life here. Pestilence trigger enter. Makes Hollow discard a card.
Trading 1 for 1.
Got a trap for Machini here. 3 resources open. Now we did say, or we did see him resource a green trap earlier last game, so we likely know what it is. The Plague's Embrace.
Yeah.
So currently on the screen here we have the new Pestilence, which is honestly one of my favorite arts in the game. The artist did so well on this Pestilence, really showing his personality here. So, we're going to come in with Conquest, 6 drop. Oh, we got the Deafening Soundwave, different trap. All right,
That's
he's
the
going to
game.
scoop it up. That'll be game.
Wow.
It looked very back and forth at the beginning, but Corey's sideboard cards really showed their worth in taking the advantage back to his court in this game. I know you were rooting for Conquest this game, but sometimes the cards fall where they may, you know?
Absolutely. I'm used to a more aggro-focused Conquest. I was a little more, I don't want to say control, but he couldn't keep up with the counter aggression in Game 3. Playing a 5-drop on turn 6 when you just got Kagan is not quite enough retaliation.
Yeah.
The trap was a cool play, but he had a more than 10 health loss.
Right.
It's hard to come back.
Yeah, unfortunately, with that big of a life differential, Machine is definitely going to have an edge when he has the tempo of the game at that point. So that'll be our second match of the event today. We'll make sure to find something spicy for you round 3 to watch at home. And then until next time, we will be seeing you in the next game.
Thanks, everybody.
Maybe we'll connect this time.
We'll try and wake up.
Last thing I want to do is start an entirely another conversation and then just cut off. So I'll save you that hassle. You're going to hear a lot from us this weekend, don't you worry. You won't be missing anything getting cut off this time.
Appreciate all the viewers, all the fans. This is a really exciting and special event, and I'm glad we were able to set all this up so we can show everyone how great this game is.
Okay, so looks like we're going to be on for a couple more minutes. That's totally fine. So you'll have to put up with this for a couple more minutes.
Let me out.
Yeah. What are you looking forward to seeing maybe next match? Any contenders you're looking forward to?
We haven't seen Genesis yet on the stream.
Yeah.
And again, there's so many different flavors. There's so many different tricks, and he's a different speed than most people are used to in this game. And because there isn't a consensus on how to play Genesis, if I sat down against him, I'm like, what colors is he?
Right, yeah, exactly.
Literally, like you said, Kagan Genesis, terrifying, red, can deal with wide,
Yeah, I mean, it could really be anything. We see a lot of aggressive back and forth games. I mean, for all we know, Genesis could also be built that way. I mean, you have all these cards that can play out of your resource. So a lot of aggressive decks might run out of hands, run out of cards in the end too quickly. But having your resources as an extension of your hand could enable you to play the aggressive game and run out of gas less often, or give you more options in a more control style matchup where you can have lots more big plays back and forth. He's a very interesting contender and was honestly my favorite to be able to mess around with for that reason.
Another one, I know there's a combo Kilimanjaro player who's can swing for up to 20 damage off of his.
Is this Earth Gem?
Okay.
Are you talking about the combo where he like draws his deck and
Yeah.
just punches you?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
We have One Punch Man in the event
Yes,
today.
yes. That deck is very cool. Although unfortunately, if Genesis are packing lefties, it gets a little scary because it just blocks that one big attack, and that is heartbreaking. But if there's no blocker, you're getting blasted. That is very exciting. I hope we see more of that on camera.
Show me a Kagan. Get Kagan on camera.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen Conquest wrestle dinosaurs, but I don't know if he can take a dragon.
It's interesting to see when trying to set up the Voltron for Kagan, how many of each weapon they run in their list. I see it's pretty common you run all 4 armor. Armor is arguably the most impactful card in this kit. Obviously, you can only run 1 helmet, so it's how many shields and how many maces do you run, as well as other pieces.
So it looks like we're good to cut for this round. So we'll see you in the next one. Thank you all for watching. Yeah, we'll get to some more Alpha Clash action in a minute.
Thank you.
For real this time.
Want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors for ClashCon, Perfect Pack. They make these adjustable protector sleeves for cards. They're going to be protecting all of our promos at ClashCon. Make sure you check them out.
All right, welcome back to Pro Tour ClashCon. Right now we're in round 3. I'm with Quinn Roth this time. Today we have something interesting. We have Death versus something. Let me figure out what that is, and I'll get right back to you. What are you most excited to see in this tournament, contender-wise?
Honestly, knowing that we're looking at set 4 going live professionally for the first time, really excited to kind of see how Genesis takes shape. There's natural elements built into the contender to actually give it the reason to want to play blue and that 15 health or less threshold ability. But you're not required to. That whole 30 or less health ability allows you to shape whatever late game you want to have. So it's having access to that utility between green, red, white, or black, seeing what people end up shaping up for their end game.
Yep. So it looks like we have Death versus Genesis.
Okay.
So we're going to see what that looks like this match and what the players bring to the table.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah. How do you expect that matchup to go?
Honestly, in the U.S. meta, we really haven't seen Death take a shape to be a prevalent contender. I'm assuming you'll see a lot more of reanimation or sacrificial shenanigans trying to maintain the board state. So funny enough, as we would know from the Genesis matchup, a heavy tool to their kit overall would be the 4-drop Genesis. So if you have ways to get around that trigger defeat, which Death usually has an optimal supply of possibilities, it might actually be able to stall the mid kind of tempo control package that you'll normally see in Genesis.
Yeah, it's interesting. And we also have some new cards in the new set, like I Am Demise.
Oh,
It's
yes.
a huge boon to Death as well.
We're not live. We got frozen for a policy violation. So I'm looking into it. We're in the screen right now.
Okay, just signal when we're live or about to go live, I guess.
Yeah, it may be a little bit because it just says, I don't know if he's doing something right now. And it's like,
Okay.
So we're just talking to ourselves.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Ryo also just said to keep talking, so I don't know.
Okay.
All right, so it looks like we're getting started into our game here. We had a little bit of delay. But we have Genesis versus Death.
And honestly, looking at the board right now, it's like a 3-color Death. I'm seeing a blue-white potential splash with the new Bound Haven.
Interesting.
Already playing the win shenanigans with a defeat on a bounty counter to recur that Haven. Hard to tell what that untapped resource is.
Looks like a Death Relentless.
Okay.
So we got one black resource in there. Good cybernetic armaments from the Genesis here.
That's an interesting piece of tech as well. I don't think I've seen any Genesis contenders throughout the weekend currently that actually had accessories as part of the kit. But being a Genesis deck, that's actually one of the permanent types you can play from the resource zone.
That's true. Yeah, yeah.
Resource
like
like a
a
lefty's
left.
last stand. No counterattacks from the Genesis player.
I don't think Levi on Genesis minds too much here, taking some early damage, seeing as he's a couple board wipes sitting in the resource zone already. Brian choosing even more early aggression by just headbutting with Contender here. Levi down to 23. 22. Final answer.
And consistently the last 2 turns, back to back, keeping that 1 black resource available, potentially for a buff. But currently we have empty Oblivions.
Levi over here is saying, you do you with your board, I'm just going to chill. Give me some more resources, please.
Absolutely. Love the I am creation.
It's definitely one of my favorite cards of the new set. It's very unique in the way that it not only does a ramp, but it also lets you interact with your resources in a different way by cycling new cards in to allow them to be played with Genesis.
Right, right. A lot of the intent behind the IM cycle was to create new tools that would be more efficient within those Harbinger contenders. Obviously, with set 1 ramp being the 2-drop Haven, the Bountiful Collector, we didn't want to have a new accessible form of ramp in the meta that would be efficient for all contenders. So Genesis being Genesis gets that 1 little extra kick to get the resource from the top of the deck instead of forcing it from the hand.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So we're still chunking Levi with these little clash cards here. Another headbutt. Choosing to pass, not develop a board anymore. Very heads up from Brian playing around that board wipe.
There's our bound Apex, getting access to the blue and green. The fun part you have is like to maximize the success of something like Shocking Revelation. You want that portal to be open to then either get that card draw or additional resource on that turn 7 or that 7th resource itself. Seeing the extra green resource pop down could play into something like Pledge Fort Scrap to get the quick portal trigger and then actually activate the Shocking Revelation at maximum value.
Right, yeah. So thinking about his options here, Levi's down to 16. If he really wanted to, he could headbutt, putting him down to 15 to activate his second ability.
Absolutely, yeah. And get the Shocking Revelation for 4.
Yeah. With that 1 life, worth 2 resources. I mean, that seems like a good trade to me. Choosing to play... Oh, activated the portal. Okay, so we might see Shocking here. We'll see the headbutt like we're talking about. Trade 1 for 1.
No counters or buff.
And here's the Shocking out of resource. Now, importantly, this Haven is sent to Oblivion and not defeated. So if there's ever accessories in your discard, you wouldn't get it back. Looking at that hand, we have a lot of colors here. So we got the legendary Clarity. We have the Clash buff, another lefties. Brian has a lot of options here.
I think your focus would be on the Demise. Oh, interesting.
Take the Clarity. That's definitely the biggest threat of the hand.
Definitely.
Once you send this board, you know what his options are. Take his biggest threat. It seems like a safe pick.
I agree.
Levi still got 1 resource open for Clash buff if he needed to. Shooting the portal with the Spatial Gateway from Brian.
Choosing to continue move the game forward.
Yeah. Now Genesis is much more comfortable in this position. A clear board, lots of resources. Blues getting discounted by 2. We do see his 6-drop Genesis in the resource zone, effectively costing 2 with the 2 cost reduction, and then redding 2 when it enters.
A very powerful threat in this board state. Instead, going for the Magnate.
I mean, Low Fighter's a beefy boy coming in for an 8.
Absolutely. Almost reversing the tempo gained by Brian in the first 3 turns.
You see the lefties on a Brian. Oh, man.
Wow.
See the frontline tech, not only counting the Clash Ground, but readying the Magnate to swing again for 8. That's a huge tempo swing for Levi.
Very powerful play. Still grateful for that lefty.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, can you imagine taking 16 damage from this Magnate? You blink, your left hose is gone.
Devastating. But from what we saw in the hand, potentially, if there can be a clash card, we can get the I Am Demise, clear the board. And we are going for a Death the Dreadful.
The question does he have a way to interact with the Lone Fighter? Or does he want to here? Okay.
Going for the buff. I would assume targeting the Lin. Okay.
Interesting. So now we get the bounty counter on the Magnate. Diminishing a
diminish
Clash
one.
buff. Quick little poke. Choosing to pass. Interesting.
At this point, we're looking at possibly having another lefty in hand.
That'd be
Buy
my
one
guess.
more turn.
Yeah. Although we know from the Shocking Revelation, he's still got that I Am Demise in hand, right?
He
And I
does.
think it's his only card, so it might be all he has.
Okay. And we're doing the swing for 8.
Chunking his Brian's life total again. Good news is with Clash Ground rules, at least, that you can't replace Frontline with Frontline to ready him again. But we will get a Genesis at a resource.
2 resources for a 6/5. And then replacing the resource. That's the scary part about playing Genesis too. Like, you openly see all the threats you have to deal
Oh
with.
yeah. Look at all these ways I can kill you.
Yeah.
Attaching the armaments, blasting him for 8, and that'll be
game
game 1. Yeah, it looks like he still had the I Am Demise in hand. So it makes me wonder if he was just trying to bait field lefties in hand, or didn't think that Levi had enough pressure to get him. But
Right.
either way, we'll come up with a new plan, sideboard. He knows what Levi's doing now. With Genesis decks all being so different, that knowledge is very important. Didn't see a ton of Death Tars from Brian's side. So it makes me think he's a lot more tools up his sleeve that we might see this game.
Agreed. What I've seen in the past is a lot of one-drop lane interaction with like low to the ground potential kill conditions, especially with the Dead the Dreadful. Potentially, every time that trigger defeat happens, force your opponent to lose the 2 life to draw the card, reanimate it with the Lin, do it over again. So if you can get them, obviously the strategy in the early game, get them as low as possible, theoretically you can push into that life loss in the late game with the right reanimation.
Yeah, I mean, clearly Brian was taking the aggressive role and headbutting about every turn with his contender. So clearly that was the strategy the first game. We'll see if he adapts it this time. Levi was definitely perfectly content that game, just taking damage until he gets to 15 and then just overrunning you with the resource reduction value.
Do you feel like a lot of players going into the Genesis matchup feel like they have to get that early game window to put that pressure on and force it lethal as soon as possible because Genesis can stabilize so well after turn 5, 6, or 7?
It's definitely strategies a lot of players have talked about, is taking the aggressive role. It's just really important to know when they drop to 15, if they can shock and revelation you or something super threatening like that. Because then it's hard to come back. So you have to try and find that balance of in between aggressive but not giving them too much advantage. But yeah, like you said, if you give Genesis too much time, he's going to have every option in his deck, really. Shuffling up here, getting ready to mulligan. On Levi's end as Genesis, a lot of the time you'll try and mulligan and find your early ramp cards because it's mostly what you want to do at the beginning of the game, from what I've seen from most players. Brian's side might be looking for more of a silver bullet sideboard cards if he's packing any.
Mulligan of 4 from each player.
That tells me I like some of the cards. The rest could be better. Considering we didn't see like a full hand ship, we should have a pretty good game here.
I find a lot of times myself when you go for that mulligan, you see what you want to see on turn 3 or 4, but you want to mulligan enough cards back to increase your odds of seeing that one thing you want early on.
Right.
Oh, it was a mulligan for 5. And Brian will be starting us off.
Looks like we got a trap at a Brian this time with a black resource. What does that usually tell you when you see that?
Sharpshooter Moxie.
Exactly. Oh. All right, there it is.
Baited out with the Haven.
Yep. Good thing I didn't draw that card immediately. It was close there. Sharpshooter is also really good out to counter Rampage.
Oh, absolutely. We get that Bountiful Collector. That's one of the best plays.
Yeah, if your opponent's playing black, you should just assume they're packing those at the very least on the sideboard. Got a Krung here.
Okay. So at this point, I would almost assume the Death is running the typical discarded package of the Morax or the Krungs, which are an efficient strategy if you know the opponent wants the portal to be open, to be able to force that card advantage with the Morak tutors.
Yeah. For those who don't know, there's a 3-drop Morak, and when it enters play, you search your deck for a non-Morak card, and it's usually Krung, and they pair well together because the Krung buffs the Morak. So we will see the Haven from Levi here ramping. Levi perfectly happy to trade his Haven for that Sharpshooter. Levi choosing the aggressive roll this time, poking for 1.
Potentially likely to get himself to 15 sooner rather than later.
Yep. Putting on a lefty Searing Resource.
Death the Dreadful.
I believe this is an Overseer.
Oh, you're right.
Cost.
It's
Yeah,
Overseer.
yeah.
Yeah, the new 1-drop.
One of the few cards that actually interacts with your opponent's Oblivion.
And I believe our first 1-drop in the game with Flight.
I think you're right, yeah.
We'll see a Restoration to reanimate the 1-drop Haven.
The Death did have Flight here. Okay. Looks like we're correcting the issue here, getting the Haven back in play. With the Death having Flight. Looks like we got it fast enough. We should be able to correct the issue here. Alright, so we're just taking damage here. Okay, so we're rewinding, swinging with the Death, playing the Revitalization. Everything's good here. Get back to Haven, drawing a card. Alright, not too upset into Sharpshooter then now.
I'm a sucker for these.
Levi down to 21. Not quite 15 yet. Another resource here. Thinking about some options. Yep. Now you can attack into the Death.
Good play by the Contender, ability to draw a card and buff that Krung from another potential attack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very heads-up play from Brad, trying to protect his important clash cards here.
this is where I'm excited to see what kind of tricks Brian might have up his sleeve to deal with that Genesis.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to just defeat it because then you'll get the resource ramp. So we'll see what he has to send it to Oblivion. I mean, if you've got to remove it, you got to remove it. It's still a 4-2 on the board. There we go.
There we go.
Like we're talking about.
And that's the beauty of the black package. That's a lot more of your easy access into Oblivion.
Yeah. Another Krung, 2 beefy boys, or 3 threes. Very interesting build from Brian so far. He's really got a toolbox of options to play against whatever his opponent's doing. Always love seeing these multicolored decks with splashes for a bunch of different tools.
Oh, absolutely. Between the cross factions as well.
Oh, yeah. Choosing to put Levi to 15. But if you're Brian, you know that if you really wanted to go to 15, he would just headbutt himself too. So might as well in this scenario if you want to be the aggressive player.
So it's like now we're in that same state we were in the last game where the resources are available to get the shocking off this turn. Only downside would be losing the card draw.
Yeah. Shocking Revelation, get the board wipe here. Cards in hand, go strip one of them.
It's also interesting seeing that Genesis used an alternative packages for other colors. Just Genesis himself being able to be a ramp in a death deck actually is powerful too.
Yep, this makes the most sense to me. We only have 1 blue resource from Brian, need 2 for that Genesis. Death is the biggest threat. Without any great targets for Iron Demise, that seems like the reasonable option here. Now Levi fully equipped with the knowledge of Brian's hands. Quick bonk for 1. Oh, interesting. So we have different clash buffs in the deck.
It's not very often you see the actual mix of clash buffs.
Yeah. You'll see some Genesis try and mix the draw 2 clash buff with the removal clash buff, so they have a mix of both. But this is very interesting as well. So the new Kilimanjaro clash buff with Under Pressure. Doesn't have the restrictions, so you can play it in death if you wanted. It also helps you fill up your yard and gets a buff as well.
Good potential setup card as well for Ion Demise.
It's very smart to mix it with the restoration too, so you have the 1 to fill up your yard and 1 to reanimate as well. Very interesting mix here. So we're seeing the big Genesis at the resource zone here. Effectively costing 2 with the reset.
The one benefit that I think the Death player has at this moment, potentially with an I Am Demise, Genesis the Oppressor only prevents the clash damage or the non-clash damage, so any straights into Oblivion still has an advantage in this matchup.
You can see Levi setting up his resources for his later turns, even if the Genesis gets removed. Oh man, front
Line
line
again.
bashing him for another 6. So much damage coming to Brian here. And even if Brian gets rid of this Genesis, there's still that lone fighter sitting in resources coming at him next. He's got to come up with a solution for both. See what he comes up with. Levi smelling blood in the water, poking for another one.
Absolutely, at this point, setting up for next turn, potentially lethal.
So we see a Krung.
So I believe our Krung came back from Oblivion with the Death Contender Tenderless ability.
Oh, yes. Forcing Levi to think about using his counterattack here. Which, looking at his resources, he's got the 2.
I'm assuming the Lord Krung was swinging necrotic into the Genesis.
Yes, that was my assumption. Did force Levi to engage all his resources, though. His death forces Levi to sacrifice his Genesis. Brian choosing to hold up the death to try and protect his life total at the end here. Levi thinking about a game plan to get rid of that death and finish that last 8 of his life total. Shocking Revelation is the choice he goes with, which it looks like Brian only has the 1 card in hand, which is brutal. No board in, no hand. It's going to be tough to come back. Trying to decide his resources here.
Could be contemplating the portal as well. Can we afford not to draw a card here?
That's true.
Only 1 target for the Revelation to be put on the bottom of the deck from hand.
Just decimating Brian's resources here. So now he's in top deck mode. Can you get the answer? First take a little bog for him. A resource here.
Using Contender to reanimate.
Jimmy with Krog chipping in for a little bit here. Playing a death. Going back into Levi's turn, he does have a lot of resources here.
With no cards left in Brian's hand, the play might just be Magnate.
Yeah. Levi running the numbers, double checking all the math here. Believe it or not, Death Endbringer does not have flight.
Oh, we passed
Choosing to
turn.
pass. Interesting.
Do we have the second green resource by chance?
We do not. That's currently stopping him from playing that card. So instead of resourcing or playing anything else, it looks like he opted just to hold. So we'll see if not drawing that card is going to kill him. There's
And
a
we
green
have it.
resource. Yep. Brian sees it too. Absolutely thick magnate coming in at A power. There's the
And
fist
flying
bump
wins
for the
games.
game. That game was definitely much closer. Unfortunately, Brian just didn't have the solution to those big problems Levi presented that game.
Yeah, you'll see certain deck combinations, archetypes that get to a point where they don't have the card draw to kind of refill for that late game, therefore giving Genesis that resource zone advantage. Just always having that stockpile of threats to keep throwing out there.
Yeah, especially Levi recognizing some of the downsides of death splashing all these cards, not giving you extra advantage, is that a Shocking Revelation is very punishing to that board state.
Very much so.
So we're done with round 3. We're going to hop off in a minute, and then we'll catch you soon with round 4.
I believe, just to put it out there, I think there is a lunch break for all the players for 45 minutes.
Okay,
So
perfect.
there'll be a small delay on the stream.
Sounds great. All right, so looks like it's still on us, still again. Maybe if we'll have time, we'll try and find somebody for an interview or two. There's definitely lots of super cool players, staff, plenty of people to talk to, lots of information. Definitely excited to see what the rest of the weekend holds for us. And what's in store for us is more of us on camera.
Yeah.
I hope you don't mind that.
Because I
All right. Welcome back here. We have a player interview. Recent round 3 winner, Eli Doyle. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So you were on Genesis today.
Yep.
What made you decide on your particular flavor or color combination?
Honestly, we think that blue-green is the strongest color combination right now. It just has every answer to everything. It's constant pressure throughout the game. Blue-green is undoubtedly the best. Now, Genesis himself the fact that he breaks a game mechanic and being able to play from resource. In any game, breaking a game mechanic turn after turn is going to be beneficial. Now, the inclusion of the white was strictly for frontline. The Havens, they're just to help draw, because that's something Genesis does struggle with. But the Lone Fighter, the 6-drop, the Legendary, they all benefit tremendously from the frontline play.
Yeah. I mean, we saw you put that on display, especially Lone Fighter coming in with 8 twice. That's so much damage.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And then the Cybernetic Armament.
Oh yeah.
You put that on, he swings for 10. You frontline, he swings for 20.
Turns out that's most of your life total.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Yeah. So when you sat down on Paragon's Death, did you have an initial game plan, or were you just kind of doing what you would normally do?
So Genesis early is pretty standard. You just want to try to get at turn 1, if you can get it. Turn 2, ramp. Turn 3, play into your curve. Just whatever that is.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's definitely a game plan a lot of people have been doing with Genesis this weekend, and I'm sure we'll see more of it going forward. Any last words or shout-outs you want to give out to anybody?
Yeah, shout out to my brother, Mike Toy. He's been topping a lot of the events here recently that he's been to. He is the one that helped me put this deck together. He's currently playing it today, too. So shout out to him for that.
Perfect. Awesome. Yeah, good luck to you both. I'll
Thank you.
see you in later rounds. Thanks. And then we'll be back soon after our lunch break in about 45 minutes or so. Looks like you're stuck with us a couple minutes longer. Yep. At this point, it's just kind of a running joke. I think he's doing it on purpose. Welcome back to ClashCon 2024 in Charlotte, North Carolina. I am joined again by Jason here. Looks like we're going straight into our next game here. We have Pestilence versus Machina this time.
Yeah, and I've been watching Lee's deck perform. He played this deck out in the open yesterday, you know, and that's kind of his personality. Like, if you think you can figure out what he's doing, then bring it. So, I've tested a lot with Lee. He's one of our most dedicated players. Excited to see how this match goes.
So we're going to standard play of Machina here, starting with a scrap, opening the portal.
Now, I do think Lee's choice in this contender was as a response to Machina, because Machina only gets 1 point of damage on you when he throws stuff at you because of that tough one-nut defense that Pestilence carries. But it's not a lot of health. If Lee can find a small advantage, though, he will take away your whole hand.
Interesting. You don't see that very often in with the Pestilence here. Specifically for our Clash buff. Making Tom discard here.
That's it. That was a really cool play. What did you resource?
Alright, so it looks like we're playing red-green Pestilence here with a War Strifebringer resource. Launching the scrap for 1 damage.
1 damage. But it's a draw. And then I don't know if Tom knows, but he's got a grip of solar flares in his list for reach to end the game. See how many of those we see. Setting up ramp like you do.
You do have 1 defense. You do damage, yeah. Grab back a hand from Hater.
And there's another one. It's an infestation.
Lee definitely trying to shred Tom's hand at a pass here.
Even in decks that draw a lot, like Machina, like it still subtly hurts you trying to figure out what your resources are going to be in the future. It's a very uncomfortable pressure.
It's always interesting to see Pestilence. Prince of Plague starts at 20. So you bring your opponent down to 17, you're still sitting at like 19.
There's Devious. Devious can really put some hurt on that defense. But he made him discard 2, so that's effectively -2. But that's a clean hit.
Definitely brings in some less damage here.
If you don't know, he's the leader of the Tavern Brawlers, who has monthly events on their own Discord that are super fun. Back when I had time, I used to throw down great events, amazing prizes, fun people. Only required to play 2 matches a week, which isn't, you know, genuinely too stressful. So if that sounds exciting to you, there are prizes and fun to be had. So I highly recommend it. I wish I had the time.
Get another scrap here. Choosing not to activate the portal.
Favorable outcome. Top of the pestilence. There it is.
Totals for the 4.
Triggering the strap, getting the value out of it to draw another card or 2 cards. He gets 2 for that.
Really show the power of his contender ability there. Well, it doesn't inherently do anything. Drawing cards is pretty good. Making sure you keep the gas up, or replace the cards in the previous ones.
We've seen a handful of Havens, we've seen some Pestilences, and I do think that there is space definitely for these 0-21 defense contenders. Oh. With the swing back.
I've got the 5-drop Pestilence here, making when you discard a card when it enters.
God, you were talking about it earlier, but that art's so creepy.
Oh, yeah. It really pops. Look at it.
Unhinge the jaw.
Yeah.
Even with his hat tilted back that far, we still can't see his face.
Are you trying to think of some counterplay here? 5 defense is a pretty big butt for Pestilence debuff to deal with.
Ooh, Scorched Earth. Yes, please.
No, that's a Warzone, I believe.
You're right.
Okay.
Okay.
Here comes a boom. That will deal 5 damage. That'll do it. And then damage does trigger defeat, so you do get the Pestilence draw.
I was literally talking to you yesterday saying I think more people should play Warzone, and here I go characterizing it.
The machine is down to 15 on Tom's side here, so he does have his second ability to get that buff to hopefully get over that 1 defense hump.
Just a naked whistler.
Better hand here.
Chipping away. I'm going to say, and it's true, when I look at Warzone, I see the earth being scorched. So
it was not an incorrect statement. I mean, that is exactly what's happening on that card. Swinging in, drawing a card off the Pestilence here.
I noticed that Lee has more than a little red in his resource row.
Makes you wonder how deep he's going into red.
I'm guessing like 6-cost flare, potentially. Like I watched him play. I only know a generous third of his list. So.
I mean, going up to 4 pips on 7 is a little greedy. I don't think he's gone that far. Flare's a fun good guess.
More wastelands on the Machinas. That's really cool.
Looks like we got a war here. Make some tokens on enter.
The Bringer of Strife has arrived.
Using his ability by 1 to trade into the Pestilence, while still having.
Didn't use it this turn. Still has the scrap on the back end.
The amount of utility that 4-drop war has is actually incredible. When it enters, you get to flip the portal if it's closed and it is open. You make a couple jump blockers. You can swing in with an attacker that can pump and get breakthrough. Like, there's so many different plays you can make with that 1 card. Very flexible.
Aside from Devious and Strifebringer, it's hard to think of other 4-costs that are as impactful. I would love to say Blink, but he doesn't compare yet. Yeah, when designing War, so much of our conversations are like, yeah, but Strikebringer exists.
Right, it really did. Yeah.
There we go. More deviousness. Yeah, get you a deck that can do both. So.
Remove the tyrant.
Oh, okay, another favorable.
Shooting for 2s.
It's fun stacking these war minions because when you come back later and you play another Strikebringer, you can swing for even bigger.
Yep.
All right, Machina figuring out what its next move's gonna be.
There's a Kagan in there. It's like a great counter for those tokens, though.
Something that is, oh, yep, we got the Kagan. I just can't help but think of how sweet +3 damage is on a Clash buff. It's something Warren, Pestilence get to smack around their opposition with.
I mean, it's definitely a good reason to play Pestilence, right? To get access to Infestation.
I'm always happy to see Harbingers. They're cool.
Yeah. Got another war. Make some more tokens.
Oh my
Got an
god.
army at this point.
The gang's all here.
The boys are back in town. It's going to pump for a lot of damage if you want it to. Lee is down to 5 though, so he has to have some defense.
Cashing it all in for the overwhelm.
Right through there.
Right. Everything. Just like you. They're both pretty low-handed, so.
The scary thing from Tom here would be if he had a beefy flyer to get over that token. Like if I'm late here, I'm super worried about an accessory throw into like a top.
Our little art card spotlight showing off the awesome VIP Kagan.
Yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite art pieces in the game. And I just like Kagan, so I have it in every deck, so I get to flex it on people. But that's definitely one of the most sought after art variant cards in this game. Think of those options here. Doesn't quite have the check I don't think. Unless he's just thinking about any counterplay Lee might have to play around. Might be checking the counts in his discard to see when he's got left to certain things. in this scenario, I might be looking for clash buffs.
I think he was looking for what he could steal with Lynn.
Yeah.
That's why Mayhem Maker is a good choice there.
Yep. Looks like you're right. That would buff Pestilence's, or debuff Pestilence's defense for the turn. Tom is also pretty low on cards, so it's a consideration as well.
So this is the 4-drop.
For killing the ready one here.
Some resource shuffle in there.
So we'll get a Lynn trigger. Tom doesn't look like he's able to swing for lethal here.
Debating whether to play this Haven or not.
Makes sense. In this position, it's not a terrible idea to have more defense on the board. You can't quite close it.
So that's a 2-hit. Lynn can get in for one more. And then pull back the Mayhem Maker so that you can draw a card. And kill a minion, that's right. Okay.
Not a bad trade. Tom does have a good defense set, but 9 lives. It's going to be hard for Lee to close it this game. So the next question would be how to survive another turn.
Discarded the Devious to kill to get the draw triggered.
That's one way to do it. Okay, get a favorable outcome on the Haven, negative token.
Alright. He has the Whistler back because Haven died.
Yeah, that makes sense. So that means he gets another draw from the Feed ability. And the buff off the second ability. That's interesting. It doesn't. Pestilence doesn't strike me as the kind of guy to have an army, but here we are. Getting a card draw, looking for some damage.
Looks like he drew a shard. Close the portal.
It's like Tom's just got a hand of accessories here, and he can only fit
And
so
the
many at a time.
pass. This is Lee's last shot.
Can he do it? Oh, Legendary War.
Holy cow.
What a way to do it. Shooting the Pestilence here, getting some blockers out of the way. And getting the card draw from the Pestilence. No, using it to kill the Pestilence.
Yeah.
Better. Perfect, perfect.
Oh my
So
god.
So now there's no blocker for the war.
6, 7, 8. Is that perfect?
From the swing, you get the 2 from the shoot, and the war he scoops it up.
Holy
Close
cow.
out the game.
Holy cow.
To go on to game 2. Yeah, what a crazy match. Lee went down to 1, had the war, cleared the board, swung exactly what he needed to do for lethal. You couldn't ask for a better draw.
Like Kagan didn't get there. Yeah, that was one insane legendary.
Yeah, really showing the power of the unrivaled cards in this game. Like, there's a reason you can only play one of them. They're extremely strong, and they're game-winning in the right spots, as we just saw in this game.
I really liked how he utilized so much of his second ability to get rid of those threats, and everyone plays Linz, everyone plays Havens, all that stuff, and Pestilence can just feast on those.
Oh yeah, he expertly proved exactly what he needed to do to sequence everything in the right order, so he's able to swing for lethal when turn he needs to. And then all these tokens, ready to block any incoming damage, so he doesn't die. Has exactly 1 health. 1 health's all you need to win the game.
Exactly.
It's not over till it's over.
People look at that 20 health and think of it as a liability, but it absorbed a good 6-7 damage that game.
Yeah, defense is big.
The 20 healthers are as effectively as healthy as the 25s, give or take.
Sometimes more.
That opening play, Pestilence just going for the face punch with the infestation, sick.
Yeah, the synergy you have with a lot of the war cards and any of the burn cards that shoot for direct damage, they synergize so well with Pestilence because they still get that defeat triggers, basically, on your Pestilence to let you draw, just like any of the debuffs would from your Pestilence cards. So it's really a great pairing to play red-green with this Pestilence contender.
Like I said, Harbingers are awesome.
Yeah, they are. A lot of these decks really wish they could play cards like more. You need to have a dedicated red resource space, and as you just wondered before, like, what are we splashing so much red for? War is definitely a good enough reason.
It's arguably the best reason.
Arguably the best.
So trying to think of this Pestilence just because, no offense to the Machina player, but we've seen this deck many times, so let's try to break down the Pestilence list. What's new? Shards set 3, right? Yeah. Just trying to think, like, a lot of what Lee's packing is, old school stuff. Like, you don't have to have the newest, brightest, shiniest cards sometimes to still make an impact and play the stuff that you like. And again, Machin is playing a lot of classic cards too from second and third set also. So, yeah.
So we're going to the second game here. Tom looks like he's shuffling in about 6 cards. He is going first. So we'll see if that aggro advantage helps here in a game like this. I mean, one advantage Machina has going first is you may not be able to attack, but he's more than happy to just throw accessories for some free damage anyway.
Right, and since he's a deck that wants to ramp, you gotta throw back 5 to hunt for that Haven.
Kicking it off here, we got a blue resource.
All right, putting down the target list to play target list.
Yep. We're gonna launch it? No. Just gonna keep it in play. Just fairly heads up from Tom because you don't want to necessarily launch it immediately when you could still get some draw value out of the target list being there from cards like the Limb.
Totally.
Lee doing the same play he did last
Let's
time.
go.
The offensive Pestilence coming in with the infestation. Big buff and a discard.
And it's safe. He only gets hit back for 1, which is nothing.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't take any damage with that defense.
Right.
Yeah. Discarding the Avenging guy. Not doing anything this game. Looks like we got a Haven in the hand, so I could probably expect that. Maybe not. Thinking about it here.
Well, I think he needs to play a resource first.
That's kind of important. Yeah. Definitely don't want to forget that. Arguably the most important decision of the game. Yep. Always important in a game like Alpha Clash to get your sequencing right. Yep, now we play the Haven.
Good old Haven ramp. What are we getting down there?
Putting down
Haven,
another Haven.
Haven.
Yeah, makes sense. Don't necessarily need too many of those effects, but
Ramping's a little interesting in this matchup. Obviously, it's good to get to your later stuff, but he is sacrificing his hand, and if
Right.
he gets infested a few more times, he's going to be choking.
I mean, it's a good thing about Haven in this Machina deck, right? Is even though you ramp a card from hand, she still replaces herself with the accessory back to hand.
That's true.
Drawing the card from the Machina. So that downside is definitely mitigated in this deck specifically.
I was just testing you. No.
So we have Lee here, shooting the Haven, getting a war token here. Favorable outcome, such a strong card against these small clash cards. Doing 2 damage, getting a draw of Pestilence, and making a 1/1 token. You can't ask for a lot more in a 1-cost card. Taking our resource here, we are up to 4 resources with that Haven ramp. Here comes a target list. I'm going to put a counter on the War Moon here. Maybe. Here comes the Lin.
There's the Lin.
We get a lot of value from these bounty counters here.
Open that portal. Probably going to throw the shard. Right there. Yep.
Launch the scrap here. Drawing.
All right. The discard strat not as strong now.
Right.
Still not 0 impact.
I mean, we were just talking about mitigating the downside of Haven. Well, now if you get it back with a Lin, you can get that accessory back again. And ramp with all those extra cards you got.
Mega Man Lin coming in for 2. Mega Buster shot.
Little poke for 1. 1 defense.
But even Pestilence to deflect lasers for half.
Yeah.
It's the hat.
Laser proof, apparently. Laser resistant.
Right.
The amount of value you get from this Haven ramp is crazy. I mean, as we see with Lee here, he's just now getting his 3rd resource. This is a drastic difference from Tom's side with Machina here.
We got a boom in the resource row.
Playing the Pestilence here, getting the draw off the contender here.
Lee's deck has a lot of solutions for Lins.
Just any of the small clash cards, especially. Like Pestilence, all of his cards are just, they're just masters of getting rid of, especially like the 2 toughness.
Is that a solar flare to the face?
Shoot him for 3.
There we go.
Opting to not shoot the Lins here.
Pestilence out here just shooting 3s.
Yep. This man's apparently hiding solar flares under his head too.
I know they work together, but I can't help but wonder if how well the Harbingers know each other. Like, does Pestilence have friends? It's so creepy. And speaking of,
5-drop Pestilence here. Making Lee discard a card. We have yet to see this Pestilence actually stick around for more than one turn, but that thing gets to be a problem real fast if you don't deal with it. Every turn he sits there, you're going to discard more.
and the thing to watch out for is you need to discard a clash card, or you also get hit for 3.
Right. Shooting Pestilence here, drawing cards, swinging with the Pestilence, 5-drop on board. Keeping the Haven up as a blocker.
In a situation like this where Lee is up, I really think about the time constraints of a matchup like this. Like, does Lee want to slug this one out, or does he maybe want to try to get to game 3 where he has the advantage again, instead of being on the back foot? Strategy for high-level play.
Yeah. The time constraints are always something you have to think about when you play games like this and time events. Sometimes it's correct if you know you're behind too much and it would take way too much to try and come back, to try and scoop that second game early specifically so you can try and win that third match.
Knowing Lee personally, though, he likes to scrap for every inch, so
Oh, yeah.
he's probably gonna.
I mean, given the option, you definitely should every time.
You got a key?
Oh, the 4 resources here. Scrap.
Are you sure? All right.
Does he have a way to remove the Putrid Contagion? Getting rid of the Haven, drawing a card from the contender. Makes me wonder if Lee has like a rough hand, just trying to draw something better here.
It really seemed like he didn't want to resource that Strifebringer.
Yeah, makes sense, especially going up to 4 resources. It's definitely already what we're playing here. Setting a trap. Now, one option you have is you can shut the portal to prevent the Putrid Contagion's effect, so the portal does have to be open. Spinning for 2, getting a little extra chip damage.
Pass.
Okay. So choosing to discard a card, so clearly this strat, Lee really wants to play this strat. Use the resources. It's a pretty steep cost to play that trap. Tom resourcing a Pestilence here. So I'm playing a target list, not getting into value with the bounty counter.
Devious.
That's some power. Looks like Tom has 3 cards, so he'll be able to draw going up to 4. Going up for 4. important to see why he sequenced it this way, because this way he's able to draw. Instead, if he used Machida first and threw the item, then he would already be at that handicap.
Right. Another 2. That was beautiful. And he went for it instead of the Devious. It was a larger target. But. All right, that was sweet. Lee knowing exactly how many Clash cards were in his discard, setting it up, like, that was... He really knows his deck, you can tell.
Definitely planning to get towards that cost reduction in the discard. And what's interesting, you were talking about the Harbingers here. I mean, that card specifically cares about Harbingers. They just work so well together. Maybe Pestilence's only friends aren't just reds.
Oh, we have the Crimson Scales in play.
Okay. Gets the value draw of both of those effects now. I do wonder if Dreadful Destination is a 7-4 card actually, or if this is a strategy intentionally for this 4 card. I mean, giving an attacking Clash card a massive debuff, -6/-6.
Yeah.
I mean, that should defeat about anything in the game.
I want to know what that bald guy did.
Yeah.
You know, like, what was his crime? Was he just there?
I mean, Pestilence could have just woken up and chosen violence that day. We'll never know.
There's that great picture of a guy touching Pestilence and his arm, like, turning into purple whatever.
It's gone now. Yep. Just liquefied. Definitely don't want to mess with him, that's for sure. So launching a target list for 2 damage from Machina here. Let's get another card.
Both players respectively. Oh, maybe spoke a little. Oh man, lost the scales. And got a big hit.
Massive value.
Dropped a Whistler.
Are you down to 7?
That was a huge play.
I mean, we see that Lee has what it takes to come back from situations like this. We're seeing that last game. But will he draw the cards he needs to do the same thing this game?
Can he do it again? Just play War.
That's definitely a simple solution. I was just about to say, I mean, that Magnet's looking real juicy to that War right now at that 3 health. Definitely got the resources for it. I mean, considering he hasn't just slammed it, I'm assuming he does not have it, but it's always important to evaluate your options just in case.
So War is an interesting card to talk about, the legendary scene as the game evolved, because certain effects and certain totals were balanced around the eponymous zero-cost Clash buffs. So there's a reality where, oh geez, I was just talking about it for the heck of it.
He just wanted to start blast.
War is a devastating 4/4 for 4. I think, you know, he probably should have had maybe 1 less health or a little more vulnerability, but there was a fear that this awesome legendary card, if he swung into you and you just Clash buffed and he fell over, like, is he even that cool? Like, I know that's part of the history of the game before I came onto it, so it's just the lessons we learn and the things that we want to...
I mean, well, that might be the case. Let's be real. That 4 toughness is the least of your concerns when that thing's blasting you for damage.
Sure. But just in
Right.
regards to, like, how to deal with it, yeah. I hear you.
For sure.
Kagan's a good answer for War. That's always the case. All right, Lee's taking 5 to the face. That's
massive damage here. Going down to 2.
The 8 minutes left around the last match is going to be a tight one.
Responsibility for the debuff, a favorable outcome to finish it off. Maybe Kraken take a war tip.
Devious, okay.
Just getting some reports on table 2 right now.
Heck yeah. Of course he is. Yeah. Like, was doing the war version of the deck, so I finally got to meet Shane.
That's super cool.
The Shaneth.
Yeah. So hopefully we have enough time.
Trying to get damage on. You know, I really think of Bringer and Devious Servant both ways as just like trying to get the health lead. Right.
Even war is not enough to cover that one, so. Looks like we're getting back to the game here, getting through mulligans. Time to speed. We got
Four plus whatever we're just high pressure mulligans, not a situation I want to be in.
right. Especially for such an important spot. First, you hand, you're like, all right, which cards do I really need? Do I have them? Keep those. Ship the rest. Well, keep those. Keep the cards you need to play.
a good way to practice if you have some time and you're concerned about a specific matchup. Training hands, think if I'm playing against this contender, what would I keep, and get the familiarity so that you're not as stuck as you can be. You're not draw hands, draw mulligan, shuffle, draw hand, draw mulligan, shuffle. Good skill.
Events, right? As you get as much preparation as possible.
Yeah. Win to win. 2 scraps.
Oh, man.
Double cash out. Triple cash out. Oh my god. Pestilence is just hard that. That's sweet. Go for the punch. Alright. He passes, okay. Keeping the clock in mind. Does go for the ramp, okay. I want to be clear. I'm not making a judgment here. I'm just curious, what they're thinking, what they're doing. It's still strong. We see that alone in the resource zone. We never saw alone come out from Lee. Just another insane.
Although I think it's one important difference. It's not getting back accessories, so it actually has that real depth.
And the infestation. Speaking of,
Tom having to discard another card basically.
oh, is that recall? That is. You can use that to escape some of the effects, right? So the pestilence doesn't get his draw trigger. Play for that. Or it gets rid of the ward tokens straight up.
Oh, yeah.
They know
That is some cool counterplay.
It's why we ban. Yes.
Not only is it your opponent, there are more tokens. Your opponent plays pestilence to dodge some removal. Very flexible.
So we got a devious in play. Man, Lee with he went and found new cards with those shards. Devious on devious. Going for face. Just gonna have a slug match, it looks like.
Especially with the time constraints.
Yeah, they're curious how much time they have.
Now it's important that it doesn't go off of your remaining life total at the end. It goes off of the life total if it is important for something like pestilence.
Right. Looks like still conferring a little bit with the judge. This is a very make or break couple turns.
Both players are going to be scrapping for any piece of life they can go over. looking for damage, this is the way to do it. Between the Avenging guy and the bow, you can equip or shoot it. And also the pestilence speed is food.
You guys wanna?
Yep, choose an equip. The 5 total power of the Avenging guy coming with the pestilence. Drawing a card to go up to 4. Always important.
So he's gonna hit Lee for 3. He's gonna trade.
Okay.
And then if he wants to, and he does, gets that 1 more. Lee coming in on 5. He has 2 green, 2 red, 2 Strifebringers in his resource row.
Are
Wow.
we going to see a 3rd red, a repeat of the war?
Leave it to Lee to commit war crimes. What's really dangerous is that Tom has 5 resources now, and we can only assume what's coming next.
Or pick 5 or 4. Simultaneously protecting his life total. Here could also swing, or just swing.
Give me all these the face with infestation.
Okay. We're going for big damage. Anyone coming in for face here, making Tom discard a card with that power, that's even lower too.
Tom has 1 turn here, assuming obviously we see the big guy. That is effectively 4, 8, 3 damage.
Here's the Kagan.
Yep. Which actually, yep, this is the 4. Oh, he's got to think about it. If he leaves those war minions up, Lee could just turn around and Solar Flare him for victory.
Interesting. Pass. I mean, with the life totals, that's
This more.
using pass.
Amazing. Wow. That's so much power sitting there. Not even using Pestilence for the draw.
But does it cook up something new?
Strikebringer
More
again.
tokens. Now we got 4 of them now. Pestilence with a small arm coming in. Got breakthrough. Swinging with
Question is, does he have another infestation? So that's 7, swinging for 7.
Oh, is that 5? Definitely destination. I mean, that's massive breakthroughs. So in Thomas' position, you're seeing there like, man, I could block here. At which point, can I even kill the lead on my last turn?
He has to decide. He has to decide whether he wants to block before he knows if Lee has a flash buff, which is a huge decision point in our game. And this is the one thing that Machina has to deal with is no flash buff, so there's no mystery to it. Here's no downside. As strong as the deck is, which is very strong.
Wait. Oh, no buff.
Alright. So that, yeah, that got through for 3.
It's just you have to like, you know, like as one of this, right? And he was just talking.
5 to pass points. 54. Is it the last turn?
I believe this is Lee's last turn going into Tom's last turn.
I mean, it's possible to get the extension.
It looks like a 2 on that die.
It might be 2.
Oh, okay. That's
Which
good.
means there is some more, which makes a lot more sense.
Alright, he gets the draw. He's digging. He's digging.
Tom is at 2. He's got 3 more minutes. Lee definitely looking at him. He knows. Put your opponent in check. Alright. Extends the hand, and Lee is the winner of this match here.
Oh. He could have. Huh. Wow.
What a match. Very close game. Showing, I know a lot of players expected Machina to do it. Definitely still very representative. But we have a lot of players, especially like Lee in this instance, who know their decks very well, and even old contenders like Pestilence from set 2 can still get there given the right game plans.
Right, and you know, I know specifically that Lee has practiced the matchup a lot. And so that's another thing where while Machina, it was regarded as the safe bet, it's also what everyone's seen 100 times. So to a degree, it's not as scary as like Genesis, where you're going to sit down and go, okay, what's this one going to do?
Right.
We've seen practically every flavor of Genesis show up today. I saw green-white earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, with Machina especially, if you're going to do a pro tour and you're preparing these decks, you know it's going to be number 1, right?
Right.
People are going to know exactly what we're going to do. So when you play Machina, you better know exactly how to get around whatever answers people might come up with.
I'm still going to bet Machina in the top 8.
Oh,
So.
the deck's still very good.
Yeah, absolutely. I know we focus on the Pestilence deck,
Right.
but you know, it was the unfamiliar even to us.
Yeah, for sure.
Also double Wark. Jeez.
Oh, yeah. All right, so that'll be it for this round. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll get to the action of the next round very shortly. So we'll get back to you in a few minutes. We went to time on that round, so it shouldn't be too much longer. everybody to Pro Tour Charlotte at ClashCon. I'm here in the booth this round with Quinn Ruff, one of the developers here. Okay, so this match, we have our first Krung on stream. So we got Krung versus Genesis. How do you expect this matchup to play out?
It's going to take a while.
Yeah.
Looking between counterattack, counterplay, Krung being a little more passive as the game goes on. Curious to kind of see how the Krung wants to interact against the Genesis, knowing that the longer the Genesis match goes, the better it gets for Genesis as well. So it's kind of a clash of the titans kind of thing. So curious to see what kind of toolkits they might have to kind of counteract each other.
Yeah, and we definitely saw this matchup played out last night, and definitely, like you said, it definitely took a while. But there were a lot of decision points that were very interesting on both sides. For Krung, whether he wanted to try and set up a hand where you could Lava Blitz, but if you do Lava Blitz, then the Genesis has a bunch of cards and a bunch of resources.
Correct.
So it's definitely hard to find that balance, especially in the Krung position.
Absolutely.
So both players are currently setting up, shuffling. Have you seen any interesting color combinations with Krung, or has it mostly just been mono black?
You've seen over time, I think with even the introduction of sacrificial strength, you're seeing more of a hybrid kind of develop, trying to splash in blue for different forms of traps utility. I think one of the natural go-tos if you're going to splash in a color, I would argue goes to the black or green. If you're already playing into portal control, why not run more of a pestilence package to actually give a little more single target removal or a card advantage? So that commonly I would say splashing between green or blue. I've never really seen white or red as commonly.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That really gets into it. So we have, looks like Krung in the play here. Now I know this Genesis deck specifically is red-blue, which is a little different than the blue-green we saw earlier.
Okay.
So we might see this Genesis be a little more aggressive, but the one thing red doesn't have as much of that green does is the accessory.
Right.
So I'm curious to see how the interaction with traps changes how this matchup goes.
Agreed.
So players still first game. A lot of the other decks I've seen at the top table so far, I did hear one Haven that was like almost up there. And I'm very curious to see what that list looks like. And then we also have Moonstruck Boosted. We have Pestilence that was undefeated. We just saw the last round, played by Lee.
Okay.
Very close game. Played War 2 games, very impactful. Went down to 1, still through. It was a great match. Then we have a handful of Machinists, a bunch of different flavors of Genesis. Yeah, quite a variety, honestly.
It's quite diverse.
Yeah, for sure. So, getting into the game here, it looks like we've already started past mulligans here. Krung looking like a medium open portal. Talon setting almost an entire hand back first. Mark used a resource pass. What's interesting about Krung here is his draw ability is not even once per turn. So if you were to play a bunch of ambush cards at once and play straight into him, you might just draw a ton of cards to play a bunch more traps.
Right.
So it's interesting to play prey around and not overcommit in that sense. So it looks like Mark here missed out on his turn 2 ramp just to shut the portal instead. I'm back to Genesis here. Shut the door again.
That's the way you do it. I love the more fun and exciting play against the Krung is while you have the resources, you can't really gain the board state, especially once you know you're playing the red. You don't want to overextend into a here comes the boom or any other kind of type of easy removal.
Did see some counterplay from Talon here with the sharpshooter on the court. Both of these players notably making the top 40 rankings yesterday as well. So having played this matchup before, they probably know what they're going into. Looks like we got our first Krung here. Get the buff, swinging for 3. It's interesting Talon chose to resource one of those, seeing as it's one of the more powerful cards in the deck.
Agreed. Agreed. I would argue Krung is one of the most powerful cards in the deck.
Yeah, for sure. Makes you wonder how good the rest of his hand is. Boom, clean up the board a little bit. Mark at this point, I think, trying to stall for time to get some more resources in play. And the first Lava Blitz of the game.
Probably perfect timing on that one.
Yeah.
It was actually a very valuable play on the Krung player.
I mean, as of right now, all the trap removal in the game is all one-for-one removal, so you're going to have to get through all of those eventually.
It's the one downside to Krung. What did I set?
Yeah, right. Alright, I'm just going to shut that door again, pass it back. Mark playing very patiently and disciplined. He knows that in order for Talon to trigger a lot of these traps, you have to actually attack. So if you just sit there and gather the resources in the meantime, it'll buy a lot of time. Just gonna hard cast Morak here. Nothing too threatening, just a little guy.
What benefit do you think we have from playing that Morak?
It's another good ambush target. I don't know. You might be interested in just trying to get Mark to play something. You should try and remove it for that, even if it's just a small Morak like this. Try to bait him into attacking or something maybe. Alright, well we got a first proactive play from Mark's side, really. Got a Strife Burner.
Play into war. Question is, does he activate the portal?
Seeing as how he played so far, I'm assuming no. Doesn't look like it, which makes me think it's a pass.
I think at this point, just trying to fortify.
Yeah, you know the Horde is coming at some point. It's just a matter of preparing on how to deal with it. Alright, opening the portal and just pass it back. It's almost a big game of chicken at this point. Who blinks first? Found 5 red. Oh man. What are we doing here? We got 5 red resources. Shut that door. Step 1.
Just trying to control the game as long as he can.
Yeah. Coming in for attack. Looks like just 3.
I think we'll get our first Morak.
Yep. There it is. Krung.
That would be Lord Krung number 3.
Yep. Yeah, we're gonna Oblivion. Resource.
Honestly, the minions carry most of the weight on their shoulders. Yeah,
Very heads up play from Mark here, choosing to shut the portal before attacking. Really want Talon to pay full cost for this price.
And Fury you have too if you overextend with the counter attacks or the counter plays. With the Genesis player, obviously another here comes the boom resourced, ready to pull the trigger whenever necessary.
We got another Strife Bringer coming in from resource. The machine on resource. Man, with all these red resources, those machines are super threatening too.
Swarm of monsters.
On here. No turbines. It's good to bait out traps like that with smaller cards like the War Strife Bringer before really committing to big plays.
Right. And we're being aggressive with the Morak. Coming at Strife Bringer. And we left the portal closed.
Yeah, interesting.
Hardcast Oppressor from the hand. Trying to bait out the swarm of monsters.
Yep. Makes sense to me. Choosing to pass, no reason to attack. Talon is over here. I always try to think of ways to get around the strategy that Mark's doing. The longer this game goes, the more position Mark is.
My constant fear right now would be knowing that there's 2 Machinas in the resource zone ready to come out.
Oh, yeah. And we've already baited out 2 of the swarm monsters too.
I believe 1 in resource zone.
Yeah, there's only 1 left. And there's a Lava Blitz. Mark only has 1 card in hand, so he's perfectly happy drawing all these cards.
That's value.
Yeah. Talon's got still 3 resources up. Mark's next card. Mark at this point, all the options are available as a card to hit. Don't get that here anymore. It's resources. Shut the door. Genesis here. Doesn't look like they're swarming this one, so this one's going to be coming in for 4. Giving Talon permission to ambush.
Adam, come get yourself some quarters, brother.
Comes the Morak.
People are looking for the final Lord Krung.
Slowly getting through all of them.
Might be the biggest downside for a lot of Krung packages, typically being able to actually handle that 4-drop Genesis.
Yeah.
Without that splash of anything else to be a hard removal, it's probably there to stay.
We did see that Black Splash earlier, so you could play Grasp and send it to Oblivion.
Okay.
Because that's the 2 defense. So that's a common out. I see a lot of Black players in this. I haven't seen any from Krung yet, though. So I'm not sure if he has those.
Could be a possibility sideboard.
Right. Looks like Talon chose to play the sharpshooters instead, perhaps. But it's also better. The second turn. It's currently coming in for 4. 2 bucks.
Krung has a decent board state to kind of push some pressure this turn. However, 3 obstructors, and then knowing there's a follow-up, here comes the boom, resource zone.
Yeah.
How much can we actually do?
Yeah. Mark, knowing that Talon's didn't push in for damage this turn, so he's obstructing as much as possible to prevent his life total.
Absolutely.
Okay. No, this is a big one.
Oh, the new Grizzlack.
Yeah, so this is the 5-cost 5/4. Text is not super relevant in this situation. Running fast rounds, but it is a very big body. Mark has so many resources, so there's a lot of options. Doesn't have the blue discount yet, so still at 50. Still not at 50.
So many lines with threats in the resource zone right now between the Machinas and the 1-drop Torques.
Yeah. I mean, regardless, Boom does clear up his board. We have to assume that that's probably coming out. Yeah. So here's the Boom. Tactical nuke. Genesis right next to resource zone for close. So now the question is, does Talon have a follow-up?
We've seen all 4 Lord Krungs. Potentially at this point, you're just looking for some of the more vanilla bombs, right? Some of the 6-drop Krung, try to force through 7 extra damage. I feel like the main line of what a discarded deck would do has kind of lost its edge at this point. It could always be a chance.
Just swing the vanilla Kilimanjaro for a full 4 body. Some damaging. He does put Mark to that threshold.
We're playing bodies.
Definitely can't turn it into that guy. Okay.
So options for recursion, so we can start getting Lord Krungs back. Let me take that back.
You're going to pass it back. It's done.
Okay.
Probably wants to keep up some number of resources for the ambush. If you completely tap out of all your resources, then you won't be able to really present any threats. It's another hard thing about playing Conquest is figuring out how patient you have to be with your ambush burst. Mark with approximately 2 million options.
I have a lot of
Goes with the board wave.
I had the whole upper compartment.
Looks like Talon's only got the one card in the end. Yep, takes it.
Yep.
Talon really looking for something like a lava blitz. No, chooses to scoop it up. They played this matchup enough to know at this point that Talon wants to conserve the time to try and take the next 2 games.
Absolutely.
Sometimes the correct play is to consume.
So what kind of options would you expect the Genesis player to want to sideboard in against the Krung matchup from your experience of playing Genesis?
Realistically, you definitely want to get as much accessory hate as you possibly can, but in red you don't have a lot of options. Some cards like Alternative Strike, which she might be playing, I would assume so. It's very good. But there's not that many. I mean, realistically, red is already equipped with such a toolbox of cards to be able to wipe large boards.
Right.
That you just want to be able to survive that initial onslaught of all the cards.
Agreed.
So, to me, that's what Mark is probably playing for. The real question is how is Krung going to be able to do with Genesis, I think.
Right, right.
Can you think of anything that might help him from his side going into the next game?
Seeming that it was a monocolored Krung deck, I think we're back to the single target removal we were talking about before, trying to target something with defense 3 or less, try to outpace the 4-drop Genesis. I feel like the play there was almost on point. This is back to conserving what your actual threats on the board are going to be, place enough pressure to force the board wipe, hope that the Genesis player doesn't see a follow-up. I think the one thing I'd be more conservative about would be the Lava Blitz. I don't know if the Lava Blitz digging into your opponent's deck more consistently, if they resource more aggressively early on, would be the best bet against Genesis.
That's true. The problem with that matchup is you kind of have to have Lava Blitz to come back once you empty your hand and then play into a board wipe. So in that position, it would probably make sense just to keep them in and resource them if you just have too many.
Right.
But you definitely want that option available early game. Because as we saw, that first one was very strong.
First one was perfectly timed.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Right. So you definitely want to be doing things like that. Players still sideboarding here. Krung going first into game 2. The one interesting thing about Krung going first is he does get access to play like Sharpshooter and everything to prepare for Havens.
Right.
Which is very important to slowing down Genesis.
Very.
So I imagine he'll be looking to hard mulligan for the But yeah, we'll see. Maybe Krung has more top-end threats, like Death maybe.
It seemed to be like a heavier top-end threat Krung build. I didn't see a Gur that much up. We saw no one-drop Gur?
No, we didn't.
So there wasn't actually trying to swarm the board and kind of chump in quick attacks.
Yeah. I mean, you definitely want your threat density to be high, so it makes sense. Maybe you mulligan those away for the first hand.
Okay. And then ultimately, because Mark was so aggressive to closing the portal, Gur has to have the portal open to play for free.
Exactly. So he might have been stuck there. I mean, we saw at the end, he definitely still had a lot of traps left in play. So Mark, knowing what this deck does, he might have just shut the door on those the best he could.
Makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Wrapping back up.
Going back in. Looks like we're going to mulligan 4 cards from Mark. Just like 5?
Yeah, Mulligan 5-4.
I'm not doing it. I was hoping to get a master. And if you do, good for you. You two are going to do it? You're going to try.
The one downside to playing something like Sharpshooter is that it doesn't get around the Genesis ramp of Iron Creation.
Right, right.
Mark opens with that, it's pretty tough to get around.
Sorry. I'm not saying you have to stand right here.
Got one form monsters and resources. Here comes the Krug. Just trying to lay down some progress. Nope, this is the one that gets the pop. Yep.
Swinging in for 3.
Talon really trying to utilize that going first advantage.
You want me to rip one right now?
Mark with the ramp. Nice sharp foot from Talon. Mark? With the Clash Ground and Resource Zone, I don't think we saw from the first game. You think this is enough sideboard?
It's actually, yeah, I think it's a great choice to bring into the Krung matchup if you can throw them off the underground passageway. Forces a counter on the first one if they go to replace it. We actually have the hard cast of the Morak to trigger Intutor. It looks like Talon's going for more of an aggressive matchup and just kind of race and beat face.
So normally we almost always see Snap search for Krug. This time we're going for a Rizlak to control the portal. Flicker immediately open it. Makes me think he's going to Curse it, but no resource open. The question is Mark going to Casual boom. Definitely don't want to play a guard to that, that's for sure.
Yep, yeah.
We see a sacrificial strength going to the resource here.
So there is a blue, well, potentially no need for a blue splash, but
that is interesting. In Mark's position, you definitely have to notice that and realize that that is now another option of a card that could be face down in accessory zone.
potentially the sideboard could be a whole blue package to sideboard in.
Could be. Another hard cast to search.
We're putting pressure this turn.
Noticing Talon to not go for a lot of ambush this time. It was resorting to hard casting. Really pressure on Mark.
Feels like anything this matchup will be set intentionally. It does feel like the Lava Blitz package might have been pulled out.
Yeah, that's why I was like,
oh no.
-2 attack. Diminish 2.
See, that's
There's Lava Blitz.
two of them. could be rough. Talon's only got a couple. No, he's got 2 turns. Still got enough gas to do it.
Do we just see the second boom?
That's pretty good here.
Revelation, just as good.
Even better. You take another card.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's the expensive top end we're talking about. It looks like we have the 6-drop death, the Unmurdered here. The only thing that's hidden is probably leaving his hand up. I can't imagine Mark is super concerned about the Clash Random Plague, considering his 2 resource zone, but he's choosing the Kilimanjaro instead.
Do you believe the Kilimanjaro was the better choice because it can be a direct source of removal, whereas the Endbringer has to survive to come back to your turn to force the sacrifice?
Could be. We're probably going to see her pretty soon. Sorry for it. Nothing to sacrifice on Mark's side, though. But yeah, if Mark is planning to just remove it here, then this is the more expensive card to play, so we have enough resources to play the Accessory. Yeah, it looks like his plan was just slam a blink phone and flash, punch it in the face. Take and play.
Makes sense.
There's a lot of woods in the one hand. I think Mark's too concerned. This is exactly what Talon needed those days. Playing empty-handed on his card was very good. Mark is 17, not quite 15.
Wait and see if he wants to close that portal. There it goes.
And people just think he's going there.
I know, that's what I want to be. If someone else walks up and screams it, I want to be gone. I don't want that.
Looks like you're going to judge call here. Looks like
Yeah, you did get one that's highly coveted.
looks like we might be asking when the damage resolves versus the ambush, perhaps. On the floor. Definitely a very good question if you're unaware, because things resolve in a way you wouldn't like. Flash girls will just get nuked.
You did not.
I beat Brad.
There is no way.
I did. Brad, did I beat you?
Got a ton of resources.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll get you.
I mean, Mark really has about everything he can ever want in his resources right now. He's got a couple big Genesis, he's got a lefty, he's got some flash cannons. He has all the options. Like
There's the war zone.
Now Talon down to 15.
We're not seeing Mark as red heavy this game.
We do have that heavier top end again. Very good into this flare.
Can we get that open?
Play left in space. Flare dies to the Ember.
I paid for it.
Arc is at 15 though.
Give it to me for free.
Genesis with that second ability active.
No, which I think he got. Unto one, no, you unto one now. Because I was interested in getting that. And that was really the last one I've ever seen. So now I have 3 2-player pieces. I got one from the gotcha thing. I got
Got a
one
cybernetic recall in the resource zone.
Are you gonna do
Interesting sideboard card to sit there.
And then, yeah.
Boom.
Got the boom. Wow.
My dad played the game.
Down only down to one card. Couple.
That was the one we did. It's in that box, right?
Sacrificial strength. Notably, you don't need a card to sacrifice if you don't have one in play.
It's like a deterrent potentially to prevent the attack.
Which is interesting. Talon may not have actually had the threat. Debating him by playing it might have made him not attack.
Also knowing that there was a Krung that was tutored with the Morak as well, leaving your Genesis potentially open to a necrotic attack that you can't prevent all the damage from. But also Genesis is 7-5 because of the War Zone.
That was all Harbingers, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Talon just extends the hand. Doesn't think there's a way to get through. I mean, if the game goes this late and Mark's still at 15, he's got everything he really needs, it feels like. I know Talon was talking even before this match, but this matchup is very tough for him. He feels very confident in a lot of other matchups.
Right.
So he might have chosen the route to play Krung specifically to prey on everything but the Genesis, which happened with the Genesis this round. It's definitely a strategy a lot of players use.
It's hard for the Krung to, I think, once you have the War Zone, to lock down the Clash Ground zone. And you're also running potentially up to 8 board wipes for Here Comes the Boom or for Shocking Revelation. It's just that ebb and flow of play 2 or 3 threats, remove them, strip a card from hand, draw another card while the portal's open. It's a hefty back and forth. I think eventually that's where the power of what Genesis is, being able to always play from the resource zone to generate a new threat, just eventually just always overpowers the current discarded strategy.
I mean, that's part of the struggle that the Krung has to deal with, is you have to play patiently enough to not die to all the board wipes, but not too patiently to die to the large amount of resources.
Right.
So you're kind of at the crossroads here. But well played from both players with what they were given in this situation. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back shortly. Excuse me.
Want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors for ClashCon, Perfect Pack. They make these adjustable protector sleeves for cards. They're going to be protecting all of our promos at ClashCon. Make sure you check them out.
I'm at time to get some water.
I can hear some. Okay, I can hear myself
Okay,
now.
we should be good for now. So,
Perfect.
all right, sounds good. Sorry for that. We'll get into the match here shortly. Looks like they're shuffling up.
But yeah, how have the other matches been? Been pretty good?
Yeah, they've all been really good. We've all had completely different decks. I know some people thought it might be Oops All Genesis, but we've only had 2 of those on camera so far. We had a really cool Pestilence match, the first Pestilence. I heard a Haven was doing well. I'm not sure if it's still up there, but it was still doing well. Let's see, what else do we have? Yeah, that Pestilence was playing war cards. It was red green. It was very interesting. We had a Krung versus Genesis, which unfortunately did not go too well for the Krung, based on all the board wipes and everything of the red blue Genesis. We've seen a lot of different versions of Genesis. They haven't all been the same either. It's very interesting. So I'm curious to see what we have this game. What color combinations, what play style.
100%.
That's the coolest thing about Genesis, honestly.
It is, yeah. There's so many variations.
For sure.
I'm very interested though in that Haven deck, man. Haven's been coming out of nowhere.
Yeah. I mean, hey, I'll be real with you. Haven's been my baby since that set. During my play testing for that set, Backpack specifically was like, I need to make sure this isn't broken. It still has to be fun. There are so many cards that didn't get released in their early iterations.
Yeah.
But enough about Backpack. We're finally getting into the game here. The Kagan versus Genesis, Hamilton versus Jacob. Looks like we got Hamilton going first with that turn 1 Haven.
Obviously a great turn 1 for everybody.
We got the first weapon assembled for Kagan. That Fire Mace.
Ooh, another Haven. Those 2 extra draws early game is going to be nice.
Looks like Hamilton choosing the aggressive route, snacking with the Havens here, and a contender. Really trying to lower Jacob's life total before he assembles one pieces.
Which is a smart move personally when I go up against Kagan. That's what I'm looking for. I'm trying to go in aggressive, making sure to get, before they get the cards that they want in hand, trying to get in there. So I definitely agree with that strategy.
Like an augmented reality here. Flash buff, and drawing 2 cards. Those traps? Looks like we have a couple traps here, too. See a mean streak in this for sure. Looks like we have a white blue Genesis this time.
That's what I'm seeing.
A different color combination than we saw before. We saw blue green, we saw blue red, and now we have blue white.
So would you say that most people that are playing Kagan are going hard control so far?
But realistically,
we have a jet from Hamilton.
so it looks like that was resolved. portal somewhere. Hopefully we'll get him back soon. That card reading from Hamilton this time. A lot of interesting cards from Jacob that Hamilton isn't familiar with. See what Jacob brings to the table here. We got a Rainforest here.
All right, how about now? Can you hear me?
Oh, you came back. We are good. Jake Rain is back.
Sorry about that. Did I miss anything while I was gone?
Jacob played a Rainforest. They're good.
To those weapons.
For clear from Michael here.
Which is a good card. I really like that card. In general, having that extra knowledge of what's in your deck helps any deck out, but with Genesis, I feel like you get that added because now you can plan ahead, plan what how you want to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Every time that I've so intellectually mastering of this game that just constantly looking at the cards, constantly looking at the field, trying to decide, and it really ends up being who gets the card that they want in hand, or who puts down the wrong card, because I feel misplays and it gives the other person such an advantage. These guys, are top level players, as I said before, so you have to pay attention to everything that they do, and seeing something like the portal opening right now has me wondering where's he going to go with it, and Strabo Pestilence, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Pass back to Michael here. Rainforest trigger. Get that. I know. Really.
Sometimes hope that you forget. You get a little advantage.
Cards. There's a lot of decisions to make here.
nice card to hit.
Can't complain about that. A legendary Genesis.
That is a great card to have in your resource zone. Especially when it looks like he's, what, already at 6?
Yeah. What's interesting about this matchup is normally Genesis does not mind going to 15 and taking early damage, but Jacob isn't putting in any pressure either. He's really just trying to set his own gameplay instead. So Hamilton can't quite exploit that secondary ability.
Yep. Which is a smart play, you know. He's right now what he wants to do is kind of stall out the game, but you know it's a double-edged sword.
Mm-hmm. Another Pestilence here. Two Pestilences.
Wow.
You definitely want to get rid of that main streak before it generates too much card advantage. Haven obstructing the Kagan here.
So he's got a field full of Pestilence out there. He's cleared out Michael's board. So, you know, he's sitting in a comfortable position. Not too good, but...
Jacob more than willing to chunk him for a couple damage on each of these to not reward any kind of board wipe from Michael. Good to keep one just in case, but...
Yeah, that's definitely a smart decision. You don't want to clear yourself out in this. So I've seen Hamilton now get rid of 2 victory peaks.
Mm-hmm. I don't think he finds that too valuable given that Jacob hasn't been attacking him too much.
Yeah. Michael's now sitting comfortably at 7. He's playing out.
Still choosing the board wipe though.
Yeah.
I think more than anything, he just wants to tear a card out of Jacob's hand.
He does. Which is smart. He's hoping that he probably hits some of those weapons.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if he ends up getting that Dragon Sound, that's really rough for Jacob.
Yeah.
Taking the Sonora here. He doesn't want to give Jacob more draw power or card advantage to try and dig for more of those accessories.
Yeah, I think Hamilton's doing a great job at how he's playing it. Jacob is going to probably have to start pushing a little harder because at this point, with the amount of resources that Hamilton has, he's kind of has the whole world in his hands right now.
Exactly.
And that Rainforest may have been a bad decision on Jacob's part because, like I said, just the amount of card advantage that Hamilton's getting from it, I don't know if it's worth it what Jacob's getting out of it.
In Jacob's position, you probably really want more of those specific accessories, so it might be a necessary evil just to try and dig for them. Coming in with a contender. This is important here because he gets to dig for another accessory if he finds one. Looks like we have the armor here, so it's the second piece. Playing the armor, drawing a card. Hamilton is already down to 18.
Now armor has been gotten definitely left himself wide open for something. Hopefully that wasn't a bad decision. We're watching Hamilton, put down that deliverance at a resource. Obviously, right now there's no use for it, so it was a smart resource.
I think Hamilton digging for threats of his own at this point. Does make me wonder when he's going to play that Genesis from his resource, though. Playing the main streak instead, though. So what this tells me is he finds Jacob's hand much more important to mess with his life total.
Yep.
So swinging in for 5. Discarding a lone fighter. That's a big discard out of Jacob.
It is, especially since his field was empty.
Yeah.
That would have been a nice 8 damage there.
Especially since we see no lefties or anything out of his resources right now. I mean, Kaga's pretty good too.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Second time that Jacobs had to use his resources to get rid of that mean streak. So.
Now the real question is, does Jacob want to put Hamilton below 15? Looks like he decides not to and keep it on clock instead. Another resource here. So discarding the lid. Hamilton being very patient. Oh, he's going there. It is.
Oh, here we go. Finally playing that Genesis.
Seeing the Kagan play it out of Jacob's hand. So another question is a good problem.
At this point, seeing how which definitely slows down Coggan a lot. You really don't want to have to keep worrying about the other person as much. You want to be able to stall them out enough where you can concentrate on getting your accessories out. shocking revelation.
There's another
Mean Streak.
another Main Streak.
Wow.
Really wants to shred Jacob's hand.
He does. And now Jacob again will be on the response to try and get rid of it.
He can trade the Kaga, but he's still going to have to discard a card. A buff at a hand drop. Jacob going through his discard, probably looking for targets for his second contender ability here. Jacob at 4.
Jacob unfortunately is not in a great place right now. He has to make some really, really hard decisions this turn if he wants to be able to survive next turn.
Resourcing the buff? Exciting. What's interesting is get completely blown out by the Clash buff next to it. Another Kaga.
Another Kaga to get rid of
That'll
that
take care of
Mean
it though.
Streak,
Oh. No. Denied. Saying no, put that back on top. Get it out of here.
Smart use of that deliverance there.
Yeah, now track special from getting blown out from the Kaga.
Find the cards I'm trying to cut when I
in the background.
My phone's silent, so it's not even a ringtone.
All right. Well, we're back. It looks like we're back in Jacob on the play.
Let's see how this sounds. Hello? Testing?
All right, we're back. Dug himself back into the portal again. We're good. Keep losing. We had a couple big mulligans. Jacob looked like only kept one card. So if I had to guess, it's a Dragon Stone. If we have an early Dragon Stone, this could be a very different game.
Well, we're starting.
I guess they have the names on the back too, don't they? No, they don't.
Alright, we got another trap down.
You would just need to. Sure. You would just need to now 5 card back forward. I all card decks.
Early drones. Ooh. Alright, so this is starting to look exactly like last game right now.
See the bus out here on the Havens. The way in the Kaga. Looks like he's not attacking with them though.
There's power back.
Okay, so we see here Jacob, resource those pestilence that he ended up using last game so well. So maybe he learned something from it that we didn't.
Looks like he's playing an armor into the resource because he has another one in hand. That makes sense. Yep. Maybe he does have the helmet this game. I want to see some dragons come out. Let's go.
Yeah, that's what I want to see.
You said no to the death one. You said no to the death one because it's a 3 plus.
Yep, there's. So we will be seeing that in the future.
He did. He had a whole trip standing up yesterday. Yeah, it's like $5,000 for the whole set.
Get some destruction, but instead of choosing the equipment, it chooses to take the traps.
Hamilton doesn't want any surprises. He wants when he plays something that it's gonna go into play.
It does make me wonder how much of that accessory hate Hamilton's packing in the sideboard, because he brought it all in here.
Yep.
We might see some more of those ancient protections, maybe some Chowlings. Armor equipped.
A non-eventful turn for Jacob there.
Progressing the board here. Swinging it with the Havens. getting a buff here. Hopefully dig some more. Get another piece of equipment. Another armor.
Yep.
Yeah, 4-drive Genesis out of Hamilton, looking to swing. Doesn't mind that it dies because it goes straight to the resource zone.
Such a great card in this deck.
What's so important about that dying on your own turn is it's ready when it goes to use.
Yeah. Even though it's early in this round, you can definitely tell that they both changed their gameplay a bit.
Jacob still sometimes said the only threat just being that little head over there.
I'm always hunting. I always look for the
How comes Sonoro from Jacob? Just ran in, drawing a card. There goes the pressure, Walt's trying to dig.
Obstructing with the Haven there and swinging with some contender.
Absolutely roundhoused by that Sonoro.
Yeah.
Yeah, that buff does
Yep.
not stay. Back to Hamilton here, going up to 6 resources. I mean, this is the point where things get pretty scary for me.
Yeah, I think same thing. Once you get to 6, you can really play a lot of your very good cards.
I mean, we already see a shocking revelation. Let's chill on that.
Yep. Even that Lin there sitting there, that 5/5 flyer is nice.
We got a shocking revelation from hand. Smacks
And,
from Sonoro and from the card from hand. Second guessing maybe? No, this I think gets it.
Oh,
This
okay.
also makes sense. You,
Yep.
really want you can trade into the Sonoro and ramp here. You can prioritize more resources over the disruptor right now.
Smart move.
Still have 2 resources open. And we see that ancient protection sitting there in the resource zone. If Jacob ever gets close to getting all of them,
Yep.
then he can easily blow up a piece.
Which, once again, it goes into the player's abilities there. If Jacob forgets about that and accidentally plays something that he really doesn't want to lose, it could be really, really bad for him. So for the rest of the game, he really has to remember that that's there.
Ancient protection on Jacob's side is a resource.
All right, we got that set 1 Cao Lang. Ooh.
There's some accessories.
Yep. Well done.
That shield. So got 3 pieces. Where's that helmet?
Yeah. passing on to Hamilton.
Still got a pretty healthy hand size here.
I think now that's going to start to change. I think Hamilton's going to get real aggressive now. And it starts.
Yep. Looks like Hamilton paid 4 resources for this revelation here, so I'm starting to wonder if maybe Hamilton's at 15.
And it looks like he's getting rid of Lone Fighter. It was a good move. Obviously, he's trying to stop that 8-8 since Jacob doesn't have a field. However, you know, he did get to see that Jacob has a Kogan in hand, so.
Okay. So we got the trap from Jacob, immediately engaging that corner. Yeah, if I had to guess, we have some off-life totals if clarity is also triggering here. You do have to be 5 health lower or more. Got the shield equipped now. 3 pieces. I'll see if Jacob can find his missing hat.
Yeah. He's thinking about if he should play that Pestilence, and he's gonna play it.
It sounds like life totals are updated. What I didn't remember is the hidden text on Shocking Revelation, where it does get a cost reduction when your opponent has a lot of cards in hand. I say hidden because most people just don't remember that it exists, but it is important to remember. As we see with Jacob here, it looks like he's revealing half his hand. Probably just as a courtesy of Jacob to know.
Yeah, from the Shocking Revelation.
Exactly. Keep those cards revealed.
Which I say that's good play. Like, what's it called? Between players, that's good etiquette, but he doesn't have to do that.
Exactly. It was down to 16 though. If he really wanted to, he could just headbutt Cogman in the face and
Yeah, put himself in that 15, yeah.
He's thinking about it. He wants a bad hits.
He's trying to figure out if the advantage is there. If he does that, will it allow him to play the way that he wants to play, or can he do it without it?
I mean, you can play Shocking Revelation for 2 less.
Yeah.
Good. What a mean streak, dude.
Yep, it looks like he also has a mean streak in hand, too, so. And there it is.
Oh,
Ooh.
got a clash buff. Swinging into me, you're taking a bunch of damage for it. that white trap.
I thought he was about to open the portal. Oh, and he is.
Find that shocking revelation.
Ooh, putting that mean streak in there.
What's important about opening the portal here as well as you need to draw an extra card or ramp a resource. Using the draw here. From on the 4 cards. There's another clarity.
Yeah.
Choosing not to attack.
It was a good turn from Hamilton, although he took a lot of damage from that attack.
Really punishing that headbutt.
I think Jacob knew that Hamilton would have to make that decision on if he wanted to swing in the contender, and purposely kept that clash buff. So it was also a very smart decision on Jacob's side.
Oh yeah, for sure. Jacob still cannot find his missing hat.
Shield out, shield equipped.
That card draw. Difficult play I've seen any players do with Kogan so far, but it is very smart as a way to draw more cards.
Added the buff on there again.
There it is.
There it is.
Jacob's missing hat. It's here. Now, will the Dragons be enough to close the game?
Hamilton's definitely going to have to go on the attack now and figure out what he's going to do once this dragon comes out.
Hamilton eyeing the disc coin. He does have the accessory removal and his resources, so he's probably trying to decide which one to get rid of.
Like carefully hold it until I get back over there.
Dragons get it. How will Hamilton deal with his helmet? Need for that grand card for Lizzo.
Nope, rethinking.
See that Caldini's hand there. Is that thinking about that? Looks like that's where I was going here. Oh, and he has more accessory removal in hand too.
Yep.
Oh man. Not looking great for Jacob if he just
Wow.
replace all of these pieces. Going for a headbutt. Some cards. Interesting. Okay, so we're playing the Genesis from Resource here. Putting down another one. Still enough. Yep. Blow up the shield, I imagine, as well.
Wow.
So he could take a mace if he already won the resource. It's not as likely he has another one.
This turn definitely hurt Jacob. I know Jacob saw the light and then was pulled from it, just like that.
No, get that out. Absolutely not. Jacob's gonna have to do a lot of work to drive rebuild that. I mean, Hamilton's still got one more accessory card, just sitting, accessory removal card, just sitting as resources too.
Yep.
I can easily get 125, maybe 150, but I'd probably say 75.
Alright, so now he's just missing the mace.
If Jacob can just get down to that second ability life total, we can start getting the ones back from discard.
Yep.
Effectively putting Hamilton on the clock.
I can do Venmo and PayPal, or I can do.
Flipping the helmet. Flipping the armor. Where's the mace?
With 2 traps. Jacob had to use that entire turn just to replenish everything that Michael had taken away. To possibly have Michael take out another one again this turn, so.
Hamilton really saying, every wall you build, I'll break down. There's the legendary Genesis. I mean, at this point, really, Hamilton has so much room to apply as much pressure as there is because Jacob has to continue to try to build all the time. So.
Yeah, he keeps putting him into this corner of just having to react to everything, and it makes it real hard for Jacob to keep up.
Playing the Haven and the resource on here, you don't see that too often. You have to pay 2 resources. It doesn't discount the 2 frames, it's just 1. Yeah, we'll just play this instead. This is fine.
If I was Jacob, I probably would have just kept quiet about that.
He passed? Interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Really doesn't want to get Jacob below to that left.
Or those traps really scared him to the point where he wants to be able to get rid of them before he does something.
So with all the damage Hamilton has on board, if you were to swing it all and were to all connect, Jacob would still be put to 1. Drawing card. That is ability here. And you put in the shield. Jacob really want to get rid of that trap here. Hamilton trying to play around Coggins.
Another trap down. Oh, taking it back.
looks like you said it when it grew. Clearly looking for something.
At this point, I don't know what more could he be wanting.
Get all these resources, all these threads. I think even Jacob is like, what do you want?
Yeah, what are you looking for?
Trying to style me? I don't understand. Oh, okay. No, this is a card we have not seen played yet. So this accessory is very interesting. It's Genesis' contender weapon. You can equip it, and it erases contender hero abilities. So what he's trying to do is erase Kagan's ability to equip more than one contender weapon.
Which is
means,
smart.
Which means all the rest fall off, and you can no longer do Dragon Helm combo.
So I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that that's what he sideboarded in, because I don't see that card being a card that you put in for every deck, but specifically for Kagan, it's definitely good.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense to me. I don't know why he's so scared of swinging though. I'm very curious what he expects to be. Looks like he's swinging now though. And then diminishing might is great. First I strip your armor, then I strip your text. You're completely naked.
Looks like we're probably not gonna get to see a dragon in this game.
Yeah, he's almost there. He can taste it.
I think we lost you on sound again. No, you're good.
I'm very curious to know what he's waiting for. I think Jacob's kind of confused too. He's like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Why am I not dead? I don't understand.
I really think that Hamilton is being overprotective about those trap cards at this point. I think that's why he's not swinging out.
Continuing to activate diminishing right here. Making sure can't put that
Whoa.
See if any of those traps reveal themselves yet.
No? Wow. I really wonder what's there.
Yeah. Just swinging for the 5-2. No, we're just passive.
Wow.
Hamilton, I think, is just really protecting his life total more than anything at this point. I mean, Wild 11, without any like lefties left stand or anything in his resource, I think what he's most afraid of is just getting blasted on the crackback.
Yeah, that could be it. Maybe that's what he's looking for. He's been looking for that lefties.
That makes a lot more sense. So he's looking for us to sit here very patiently. He's kind of annoyed there. It's very smart from Hamilton. You don't want to give your opponent a single inch. Give him your choice.
And I'm looking at resources here. I think Hamilton has 13 resources right now.
That's insane.
Yeah, that is crazy. Sonoro.
Jacob resorting to just having to play big threats to try and pressure Hamilton's left hand instead. Great card coming for 5. Have the child get roundhouse.
Second time in this match that we've seen Haven get drop kicked.
Absolutely. Throw out here launching Haven like a soccer ball.
Swinging the Coggin. Alright, trading.
What a grind this game has been.
Wow, passing turn.
Both players really playing towards this game plan. Hamilton being patient enough. It really showing his prowess as a slower control player to make sure he has everything locked in before going in for the kill.
Yeah, it definitely seems like he wants to have a solution for everything before he goes in for that killing shot. If I was in Hamilton's head right now, I would definitely be questioning what those two traps are. The fact that they have not been played at all, it doesn't even seem like Jacob is reaching for them. He's trying to figure out what they are.
He's definitely holding up the resources like he wants to use them too.
And here we go. We get to see.
All right.
All right. With the buff from Hamilton.
I mean, at this point, you almost have to wonder how many cards are going to left in the deck.
Honestly, yeah. Looks like he's going to play the mean streak. He has one in resource, one he's about to play, and the other one in hand. Oh, nope, he took it back. Nope, he did. He played it.
Bringing the mid streak here. We're going to try to draw cards instead of discard. Just try to dig for lefties.
Oof. Putting that extra shocking revelation there.
I'm almost convinced he's not playing any of this race.
Yeah. Interesting. We haven't seen the Ancient Power played yet. What's so good about Ancient Power in the Coggin deck is when you effectively attach it below something with Safeguard and they have no way to get rid of it, that Clash card's permanently gone. It's just gone. Very strong card to have in the Coggin deck. Yeah, it's definitely a smart play using that. But once again, you know, obviously there's another mean streak in the resource, and we know that there's one in hand, so I'm pretty sure Hamilton didn't really care that much about it.
Plenty of gas up there. As long as Hamilton keeps remembering to use his contender weapon and not get the ability to take up that spot.
Big question is can Jacob go in for the kill now?
You definitely have to abandon that Dragon Helm combo entirely at this point.
Alright, so Hamilton is starting from nothing, but he has so many choices that, honestly, what can he not do?
Lefties.
Yeah, really.
This man has everything in the world, but he doesn't have that one thing. Choosing to play shocking here, mostly probably to strip Jacob's hand again. I mean, he's got that one card, it looks like.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah.
Showing off that extra mean streak. Oh, there goes the Mies.
What's interesting is this Coggin cannot actually be sent to Oblivion.
Yeah.
It's protected by the people. It's probably why Jacob's so comfortable always holding it for defense, because he knows it can't be removed easily.
Hamilton's contemplating playing that Lynn, so they have the flying blocker.
Over here looking like he's got a migraine digging for that lefties.
Boom. Lynn hits the field. You're right, though. I wonder how many cards they have left in their deck at this point.
It can't be that many.
Right?
I mean, they're going through at least 2 turns just from Rainforest, right? I mean, Jacob still looks like he's decent. He looks like someone's Hamilton, but you know he's been drawing a ton of cards.
Yeah.
Ooh, Pestilence giving the -3 here. Swinging in.
Man, that was a well-played Pestilence.
It's looking absolutely disgusting choosing to take that advantage.
Yeah.
Coming in with the Coggin this time. Jacob's smelling blood in the water. I see you don't have those resources up. I know you can't lefties me. I'm going to make you block. Give me that lid. Jacob definitely playing to his outs here.
Yeah. He's smiling. He definitely thinks he has it. You know, he has a lot of resources.
Which they're at the same life total, and they both start at 30.
Yeah.
So looks like we got a judge call here. They're sitting there. All
Wow.
right. Well, I'm not entirely sure what happened there. Maybe. So that was game 2, yeah?
Yep, game 2.
So given that tie, we had game 1 won by Hamilton here. So he'll take the match. Very well played. I mean, from both sides, really.
Yeah.
Like Jacob, especially playing it very safe, holding up that Coggins, knowing they can't be sent to to oblivion. Very hard for Hamilton to deal with, and Hamilton also playing it very safe by knowing that he's not protected by lefties to not overextend.
Yeah, and you can tell that Jacob learned a lot from that first match. You know, he tried to hold it off, but unfortunately he may have lost it just by, you know, time. But Michael played very well. Very well. He took care of those accessories time and time again. You know, we were pretty excited because we thought that dragons were coming out, but man, he made sure to throw it all away.
So quick update. Tiebreaker rules. Game 3. So
Oh, wow. Okay.
So it looks like we're going to game 3. I hope you enjoyed that episode of Where's My Hat?
Man, so I will say this though, going into sudden death, it's hard with Kagen. That is not the deck that you want to be in sudden death with. You know, Michael definitely is going to have the advantage here. Anything that costs a lot, he can just resource and just worry about handling. But when it comes to Kagen, he's not going to have many choices. He's going to have to go on the attack and not really worry about the accessories.
What was interesting though is like Hamilton's deck is not super fast either.
It's not.
So we might be here for a little bit.
Yeah.
Just trying to see what they try and set up. I mean, maybe we'll see if the deal breakers are just the one drops Havens getting in there.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah. So we'll see. Maybe Haven's been getting so tired of getting roundhouse that she'll come in for the kill this game. We'll see.
Yeah. Be horrible for Kagen to get beat by Haven.
Oh yeah. Getting beat up by Haven never feels good, but it definitely happens sometimes. That child packs a punch with that backpack.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's definitely been an interesting game. It was nice seeing, once again, anytime that you see Hamilton and Snodgrass going up against each other, it's a high-level gameplay and just great show.
Yeah, for sure. So imagine they're shuffling up now. Maybe they might have a different sideboard plan or what they're mulliganing for based on sudden death rules. So maybe we see a different kind of game plan enacted here.
For sure.
Hamilton probably looking for all the little Havens to try and chip in for that damage. I'm not sure what we could get that mace for that extra contender damage, perhaps.
Yeah, there's a lot of choices that get to be made. I would probably get out anything that costs a lot. If I have anything in my sideboard that's low costing that could get me some advantage, put that in to try to get that damage out early. But besides that, I really don't know which way they could go.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like we're getting a couple updates here. Looks like we're going back to the game right now, actually. So we'll see who takes this here. Their first sudden death on camera in the Pro Tour, too.
That's awesome. You probably couldn't ask for a better sudden death then. What's good about watching these two competitors is obviously you could see the smiles on their faces. They like being able to play someone that's up to their level. So regardless of who wins this, they both have fun, which is great to see.
Yeah, they've both played exceptionally well to get to this point so far in the Pro Tour. Both of them deserve to be in these spots 100%. Now, how aggressive will the mulligans be? That's the question.
I imagine very, very aggressive.
Yeah. We'll also see if lefties was a myth this whole time or if they actually do exist.
Right.
I imagine that card will be very important here as well. Good shuffling in, both shuffling in 6.
Wow.
Definitely trying to get those early cards.
Yeah, those who ever spend 60 on non-stickers to get.
All right, good luck to both competitors, and let's see who pulls this off.
Show me the Havens. Show me the Haven, Hamilton. Let's go. Get revenge on that Sonora.
Oof. I don't know if you saw what was there, but I saw some of the cards in Hamilton's hand there.
Okay, we got a one drop and a Jacob here.
Yeah. It looks like 2 removals.
We get an accessory.
Yeah.
Our accessories. Does have a couple buffs in it. Here comes the lid.
Wow.
I think it's the first time we've seen that. 2-2 is bigger than a 1-1.
Yeah.
Huh?
It's wild that they're in game 3 and we have not seen that Lin hit the board at all. So I wonder if it was sideboarded in.
Very possible. Using the aggressive route here. Makes sense with sudden death.
Yeah.
See a completely different game. Definitely don't want to block with that one stealer.
Yeah.
Smack with contender, really trying to push that damage lead here. Oh, there's the helmet in the resource zone. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yep. And you probably never will again unless this situation happens.
Immediately after playing it, Jacob just looks at it. He knew. He's
Yep.
like, this is what we're doing now. This is the game we're playing. We're in sudden death.
Well, you're probably also thinking, why couldn't I have gotten this before? Why
Right,
in
yeah,
game
this
3?
Is the time we
Yeah.
get it. I'm getting frostbite in my head this whole time, but now I get my head. This is ridiculous. We got 2 traps now. Got a shield. Coming in, they're just bonking.
Yeah, swinging.
1 for 1.
Oof, goals, yeah.
We don't do that well. We're going to okay. Swing for 2.
Wow, another
What better
diminished
way
a mace.
Yeah, what better way to push more damage than just playing some 2-2s? No doubt a contender damage, you swing.
Yeah, these are great 1 costs to be playing in a sudden death situation, and unfortunately, Jacob does not want to obstruct. It would be a very bad choice.
At this point in the game, if you need to preserve your life total and play some evasive threat to try and push damage just to get through sudden death, it might be the only option.
Jacob's going through his head with all the scenarios of how he could do this. And he's obstructing. Yep, just put it in, there's nothing else, so. If anything, now would have probably been the best because he only gets one of those triggers, so.
Oh man, and he gets the hit off it with the Sacred Vanity. Grab for accessories.
Wow.
Point that up, get to it. Nice attack. Playing a shield. Now what can he come up with? Trying to come back. Anything? I mean, there's 3 three small threats on the board.
Oof.
Behind and left, we have 4 traps. For 1.
Of course, block.
Texas life total.
Yep.
Jacob, unfortunately, was not built for this kind of scenario.
Wow, 5 traps.
Man playing a crud deck over here.
And to think he probably aggressively mulliganed and then got 5 traps. Yeah, there it is. Oh, look at that. Yeah, wow. Wow. You know Jacob was not happy about his hand. There's no way.
I mean, I don't think either player really wanted to go to sudden death in this scenario. I mean, realistically, that second game, somebody wanted the other player to just die.
Of course, yeah, of course.
But that's how the sudden death went this game. Haven got her revenge in a way. Just had to, win over and be like, please, no.
Yep.
And then we finally got that in this game. And then we saw the Dragon Cell go to the resource. I've never seen that in the history of Alpha Play.
Yeah.
That has never happened before.
Yeah, that was crazy. Unfortunately, Jacob's luck was not with him today, so.
All right, we're going to wrap it up and take a short break. That went to overtime, so we also need a short break. We'll see you soon in the next round.
Yep. Thank you for having me.
All right, welcome back after a very short-lived break. Right now, I'm back here with Jason. Our matchup right now is Machina versus Genesis. This is the same Genesis list that Hamilton was playing earlier, so you can expect some more of that, but we'll have a different matchup, so we'll have to see how this goes.
Yeah.
We'll have the game start in like a few minutes. They're still setting up. Go ahead.
So here's my opportunity to comment on a Genesis game. I've been watching it a lot from the sidelines, but to get the play is really interesting. Eager to see it. And of course, you know, can never escape Machina. That art though, that art reprint almost made everything we went through for him worth it. So crazy.
To think you could almost send Nova tokens with them just fun for damage. That'd be a completely different situation we'd be in. Looks like we got the machine on the play here. Caleb dropping a target list.
Immediate Lin is a resource, which she's susceptible. Oh no, that's on the. Sorry, I had these players upside down.
So we got a Haven out of Matt here. Drawing a card. Standard turn one play.
I can actually speak a little bit about the creation of Genesis. His health total flip-flopped a lot during his creation. He even dropped down to a 20 at one point and then made his way all the way back up to 30. Mostly under the denigration that, you know, he's in it for the long haul, and that's what the tougher, slower contenders are meant for. He used to have defense, but his history of being war actually kind of helped cater the more attacking nature. So that's how some of the decisions were made around him. But as I've been telling people all around the event today, blame Quinn. I didn't make Genesis.
I personally find, especially like the Genesis mirrors, to be the most interesting games of Alpha Clash you can ever see or play. To be honest, I enjoyed it a lot. So we're gonna ramp turn 2 out of the Genesis here, passing back into it.
I am literally gobsmacked that this deck runs 7-cost mean streak.
Really?
It's, I mean, I see, you know, its sneaky potential. Both its draw and even its discard can be dirty, you know, ready some of your stuff. I made a lot of decks trying to play that card straight and mean streak, and it doesn't come together.
Unfortunately, Genesis just does it better in this case.
And that's super cool, honestly, and to give life to a card that's been literally shelved since its release. I mean, I think Weta played it in a Clash Ground, so respect to that guy.
I know when I was helping some friends cook up for this event, some Genesis decks, we were definitely thinking about the main streak, but they definitely liked one. When you drop down your second ability with Genesis and it costs 5, that's a pretty good rate for a card with that kind of value.
No, absolutely.
And at that point, you're playing with a more flexible 5-drop Sonora.
Yeah. That sometimes just gives you a pile of extra value. Right. So what has been fun, because I haven't thoroughly read the deck list yet, is like, what are the 3 or less drops? I know there's Havens. And sometimes that's all you need for the swing.
We have a pretty aggressive start at a Caleb here. Matt knocks him into mine too much.
Speaking of,
rushing more cards, we're chilling here. Matt just ramping some more. Does not seem to mind.
There's something metal about a guy screaming at you, "I am creation," while whipping an axe at your head.
This man's basically telling you that he's God. I mean, let's be real.
Exactly. If you don't know, and it's kind of a mild spoiler, but Genesis does show up in the book. He's kind of a secret late reveal, and he's pretty cool. He's got a huge beef with Clarity, which I don't know of any cards that would give us that impression. All right, we got a Whistler. We got all these 2 health cards all over the place.
I mean, at this rate, Caleb's committing to the board really hard here. And then with Matt going up to 6 resources, it's pretty scary if he's a Shocking Revelation in hand to punish it.
Right. That's an interesting position, because not a lot of these cards are really going to put Genesis over, because again, he has that extra 5 health buffer, which really makes a huge difference in the Machina matchup.
Matt playing a buff here. Trying to figure out which mode, I think. Choosing the defense to draw some cards. Makes sense here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be afraid of the damage coming this way.
Yeah, this is nothing. I'm not at 15 yet. Send me the bill. Let's clean up the board a little bit here. Now the question is, will we see a Shocking Revelation?
Could say we'll be shocked either way.
All right.
I'll leave. And I'm out.
Drawing for 2 damage here.
That's a good one. That's what I figured. That's a good deal.
Find the resource.
So I was watching the stream on the side, and it's so loud in here, I didn't realize that my phone had any volume on. And I went to use the restroom, and I could hear the stream as I walked in the restroom. I was like, what the hell? And
Let's play this here. I don't think I see a Shocking Revelation. So.
guess I'll have to play one of his other 8 cards.
Right. Oh no.
We'll go for 2. Plus.
Victory Peak is trying to slow the game down some. What's really good about this is if Caleb doesn't have any Clash Grounds to counter this, every single turn Mez can be soaking up so much damage with this. I mean, every time Caleb tries to play an accessory, you can immediately preemptively prevent the 2 damage that would get shot at him. It's huge.
I say one of the areas of Alpha Clash that can trip you up so fast is not respecting Clash Grounds.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those situations where every time you forget about Clash Grounds, one will sneak up on you. When you're unprepared, you just lose to it. You wonder why cards like Rainforest are in so many decks that don't look like they need it. It's because of this.
I know people are trying to make Mean Streak work, and we've seen a couple, but we haven't really seen the true blue emerge. But one of the designs of set 4 was Frank's Hot Dog Stand, which is a 1 cost, gives you a streak, but it's also was meant to be another way to spike other Clash Grounds out of your way as a tool he gets when he already had Lagoon.
So, I'm like streaking with hot dogs to go to some Clash Grounds.
Right. Now, Caleb might be able to hang on to his Devious, which would be really good for him.
There's a lot of value. Matt does have a couple little blockers here to prevent some damage. Holding up the resources for the Clash buff, fed a resource. And the Victory Peak preventing damage. I think Matt's pretty comfy here.
It's true, it's true.
Now, Victory Peak is not a card we saw a ton of before this event, but we knew how good it was beforehand, especially seeing how this was the extended art promo that you guys chose for this event to give out.
And it looks
It's incredible. It's great.
As a Conquest player, I try to keep my Clash card count exceptionally high for the draw. So it's one of those, like, there's versions of the deck I run with and without. So it's always funny when a card, like, accentuates a particular character that maybe will or won't use it. Conquest Sash is, like, not even a good card for him.
I mean, nothing says victory like slaying and standing on top of a giant beast.
Right. Was that a discarded? Like,
I mean, it's definitely discarded now, that's for sure. Little baby.
It's also interesting, like, Conquest gets away with a little blood on a lot of his cards, and it seems like he just, like, thunked that worm.
Just bonked it with the hammer.
Yeah. Couldn't get through the scales, so he just went for concussion mode.
I mean, if it works, it works.
Yeah.
It's got a brain, I can bonk it.
You got a target list, target locked, but Victory Peak is going to make it really hard to cash in.
This game so far has all been about Lin warfare, it feels like. Constantly stealing each other's Clash cards. You see the Vengeance guy come out here grabbing a Whistler. I mean, at this point, he's starting to run out of room in his Clash zone. Too many dudes. Comes the Whistler, swinging in for 5. That's been a quick judge question here.
That's calling judge.
Nothing wrong with getting some clarification here. That's what they're there for.
People are calling for rules over Whistler? Weird.
That's never happened before. I don't know what you mean. For those who don't know, there was a reason errata with that card to make it work more of how it was intended. Alright, looks like we got that cleared up.
I mean, at this point, with how much you're getting up, it might be. So that one over there is just Kickstarter. So here's how it works. This is, I have them sorted by rarity, so common, uncommon, rare. Common, uncommon, rare from Clash Grounds and Unrivaled. These two are all just like Kickstarters from Team Covenant, Genesis.
Right down to 17. Notably not 15 yet. Although it looks like he's getting no.
All right.
Slicing the lid.
He got around the victory peak. Maybe. Yes. No.
Unless he had forgotten about the victory peak trigger. We lost the bow.
Sounds interesting.
So he's passing it back to the full board. Looks like that lid lives. It's exactly what Matt wanted. Didn't want it to recur with lid or something. Matt has a ton of resources here. Playing the Lin. 5/5 flyer. Still no shocking revelation yet. It's like a pile of white cards that clash buff. Just want to get rid of that pestilence so to get more cards.
5/5 flyer Lin, such a respectable card. It is an answer to Kurgan if necessary, but is also just a slightly faster value flyer beater. And, you know, not even kidding, in a lot of the advice that I've given new players, especially when I was teaching people in Vegas, I was like, play 5/5 flyers. Like, should I play Stitch Toss player? She's good. I actually prefer the 5 because it's faster and clash buffs and all that fun stuff.
Both are good.
But yeah, I'm not. But I thought for the longest time people underestimated the 5/5 flyers, and so I feel vindicated that it's in this deck.
That's fair. Especially this Lin specifically being only 2 white pips, you can actually splash it a lot easier. It's like flyer as an example, it's 3 red pips.
Three red pips, it's true.
Here's the Kagan. Really turning up the aggression here, killing the Lin. 5.
It feels like Caleb knows he doesn't have the shock because it would have happened by now.
Exactly.
So in this situation, you just have to use everything you have.
Caleb smells blood. He's going for it. Blasting the Lin. Now he's got all the bounty counter for you. Draws up the target list. Gets the Lin in return. We know Matt has the buff. Will he actually use it to reduce the damage? Or draw cards? Depends how comfortable he is. I don't think he's very comfortable. It's like he chooses to draw though. Trying to draw that shocker. Going to take some damage for it. Looks like he drew it though.
That choice certainly cost him. Wow.
Going down to 7. I mean, it might be one of those situations where if that's your out and you play to it, sometimes you have to.
He will have victory peak up again.
Yep.
So he could effectively have 10 health right now, depending on how you cut it.
He's still got a big board to deal with. I think we might have have a mistrigger situation. I might be talking to the judge a bit. Okay, looks like that was resolved here. We'll get the Lin trigger at the end of the turn. Alright, grabs the Haven, draws some more cards. Puts up more gas in the tank. Hedging for shocking if he does it. Doesn't look like he has one yet. Matt looking for his out. Notably, in the crap, and those ones you cannot play at resource. Just playing with our lid. Looking like he's going to try and survive for another turn here. Just try and draw towards any other solution.
You might know, but it's moments like these where I question like how many shockings are in the list.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty safe to assume people play a full set.
Sure.
It's one of the main reasons to play Genesis, right?
Yeah. Because you're not punished for having extras. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Mean streak intercepting, love to see it, love to see it. Cheap aerial or flight blocker, can be hard draw, super good. Synergizes with the 7 cost.
Yeah, we saw a lot of value from it with Hamilton last game. Anytime he had a bunch of extra resources, just soak him into drawing more cards so he wouldn't run out of gas.
Which you can do because you've ramped so hard.
Exactly. I mean, this man had like 20 resources on board. It's ridiculous. Clearing up the board a little bit. One thing players know about these blue-green machine decks is that they do not have 5 buffs. You can pretty safely trade without having to worry about it. That's a lot of Kagas.
It's a lot of you're the dragon, Kagas.
There's so many good artworks for Kagas specifically, even. It's actually ridiculous.
And
So good.
and his base art isn't even a slouch.
Oh,
Like
not even.
it's not like it's a strict upgrade. They're just all cool.
Yeah. Everybody has their preferences, but nobody dislikes any of them by any means. VIP being my favorite. It's about a cold to take in.
Not about their own mouth.
All right, pumping up that green.
So 3 Coggins in Caleb's discard, and a lone fighter, it looks like. So Matt probably wondering how many flying threads he actually has left. If he keeps a bunch of ground clash cards, he might be able to prevent a ton of damage here. Just waiting for that shocking.
Yeah, definitely read that Victory Peak.
What's important about this card is it's a counter play for non-clash damage, so you want to throw before you play your card, so you don't give your opponent an opportunity to prevent it. Now, in a situation like this, it's going to prevent a lot of damage regarding this from attacks and things, but still important to keep in mind.
It's potentially his biggest threat, trying to maybe soak away that victory peak. Which, if he does, we'll just trade first. I had this whole line going, and it wasn't even just.
How about we just play another one? So you're just ahead.
Ooh. So again, he could be soaking out the victory.
See, you were right all along.
Yeah.
Just got a little ahead of yourself.
And if he's successful at that, he can throw the target list and move a in and cheat an even more damage. So, okay. Alright, let's throw Avenging Guy without a bow. That's why he's staring at the arrow. He's like, man, it'd be really great if I had a way to put you into another thing.
That machine is through.
Alright, that's off the board. So now we're looking at 6 potential damage.
5? 2, 3, 4, 5?
Right.
Yeah. You don't get contender swings. You're supposed to engage to throw something. So
True.
There is that at least. You take solace on not taking that one extra damage. Oregon top deck shocking? Maybe. Well, Haven top deck shocking. Haven, please. Pulled a shocking right out of that backpack. Exactly what he needed. Now, Caleb doesn't have too many cards in hand, so Matt might be able to try and come back here.
Mashin is still at full health.
Yeah.
So now what Matt has to strategize is again like time.
Right. We still don't see any lefties in resource or anything like that either. So what is so many defensive tools Matt has?
Maybe we should just put some sunglasses on Genesis and call him Mean Streak. Nah, never. All right.
The shocking.
I just bought a new one.
Now, it doesn't fully wipe his board because there's a Haven play, but
Ooh. Right, which you just did?
okay.
Man, he had another Devious.
I mean, really, all of these are threats.
Looks like Matt's letting him know he'd have to keep something.
Never saw it here.
Cool. Yeah, I was gonna say, where's Pestilence going? He doesn't have to leave.
Going back to Caleb. I mean, Matt's still at 4. He doesn't have victory peak. Still only so much prevention, though. Did set a trap. 3 resources up.
It's called Victory Peak for a reason, right? Like.
Yeah.
All right.
I can survive this big worm. I can survive an angry red man throwing a boat. Thinking on the play here for the victory peak. Because you want to prevent the damage. This point in the game, every decision matters for you. Any slip up of damage could cost him. To resolve. Caleb flipping the portal. Matt playing the trap, preventing the pestilence from entering play. Back to the top of the deck.
So he's banished. He never enters play, so he never does his trigger. Back on the deck for you, buddy. Keep that creepy man away from that little girl.
Always got enough to prevent damage at this point of victory.
I'll be honest, Sacred Banishment was a card that scared me in testing.
No, I agree, 100%. Every time my opponent held up resources and I had a Kagan in hand, I'm like, don't you do it.
Yeah.
Please. We got an Avenging guy coming in here.
I thought we were friends.
Yeah, we're scooping it up. Avenging guy.
Avenging guy with the W.
Prints out the text on that card, says your opponent scoops up their cards. I hear that's pretty good.
Is that what the whistle or rattle was?
Yeah. We actually changed the text to I win the game. I don't know. Unfortunately, Matt just didn't draw his board white fast enough this game, so he couldn't quite survive that onslaught there. We'll see if the next game's any different, or if he has any sideboard cards to kind of get around.
To give a
strategy here.
I can give a rough estimate on time.
Sure. I'm sure plenty compared to the last one, though.
Less than 20 minutes.
Okay.
But around 19 to be specific. I guess
Sure.
that was very vague.
They can play this match. I'll get through it. Do you think anything will change to the sideboard given this matchup, free to play?
Let's see. I don't know if Machina brought any ways to deal with Victory Peak. I know I would, but are there ISSs or?
You can play like Rainforest, like I was talking about before, right?
Right, right.
Cost Clash, Grand, some green. So
Yeah.
I imagine you could play a couple of those. That'd probably be fun.
Hey, sorry. I thought you were asking if I knew, like, or what, but
No, anything that they would use. In this
right.
scenario.
He has to solve that, which granted didn't prevent him from winning, but with enough trap support and a good lefties could have kept him in there that much longer. So that would be the thing I think Machina needs to solve. And then as far as what we want from the Genesis deck, I think it has the tools. He just, what we used to call, he drew his deck upside down.
Right, you drew the wrong half of the deck. Yeah, exactly. So we got the Genesis playing first next game, which is pretty important for ramp. You're going to go first, you're going to ramp before the Machina deck can throw stuff at you.
Eventually you're in the future.
That is very good. Yeah, so I'm interested what will change this matchup. Machine will do Machina things. Now, what's interesting about the last match with Hamilton either is we never saw lefties the entire match either. So at this rate, I'm not even convinced that they're playing it at all.
That's fascinating.
Which is wild.
That's a
I'm just assuming it's unlucky, but we'll see. Maybe they're sideboarded? Who knows?
I haven't hunt for them to this event, but I actually used to collect foil lefties.
It is a very good looking foil. The foil is very well. And especially now that we have those rivalry kit ones, they have the special foiling on it.
Oh crud, I don't have one of those yet.
Yeah, no. For those who don't know, rivalry kits you can get from your local game store. They'll just ask their distributors for them to help incentivize players to show up locally, so they're just free promos. Lefties was one of them from the earlier kits. So it's the foil, but it's a special Alpha Clash logo foiling instead of like the normal spackled foil you can expect. So,
Oh man.
yeah.
I need 9 of those.
Exactly,
to
right.
put it in my binder right now.
Yeah. So for those of you at home, if you want to encourage your game stores to reach out and grab those, definitely do that. It costs them nothing. They're great.
Yeah.
There's no downside. Just do it. So it sounds like they're still sideboarding up, shuffling. We got a couple minutes here. So out of all the matches that have been played so far today, have there been any, what's your biggest surprise to you from decks that have been doing well?
So I really like the scrappy Haven decks that have been going around. It's hard to check my biases when it comes to having such a hand in how Kagad came out. So I wanted to see a lot of Kagad. If you had asked me how much we would see, I wouldn't have guessed. We have 7 Kagan contenders.
Still performing really well. We saw one last match. So.
2 of them are still well into the top 10. And many, I don't want to say many, but there's more that are in the 16 range. So that Dragonfire warms my heart. I can't say it enough.
All right, so it looks like we're getting to the game here. What do you know? We got Kraken Revelation at first hand, so already in a massive improvement.
So this is extra interesting in the ability of Genesis because pure mind games, just like I have it. So it's up to Caleb to almost dictate his level of aggression.
Because until you see it as Caleb, you're nervous, but when you swing and they don't play it, then you're like, I smell blood, I'm going in.
Right.
This game will be very different in this scenario.
But there's also the value of, how much do I have to needle you to get you to play it?
Exactly. And we get the turn 2 ramp, too. Going back to Caleb's side here, we did get the turn 1 scrap here, pretty standard. Now, did he get the turn 2 ramp?
All right, that's a blue.
All right. Getting that second green resource in there. Choosing not to throw the scrap, maybe?
I don't know why you wouldn't.
Okay. Cool.
I mean, I guess you could
You definitely
eat
want
a
to make sure that
lid.
Haven can get it back when it does. That's the main thing.
Sure. So real quick, that was a very good question. I want to throw it back to you. Like, what deck did you go, never would have guessed that in a million years?
Oh, Haven.
Yeah?
As much as I love Haven,
Right.
soft spot, every time I see a different Haven deck, I'm always so happy to see it doing well. It was doing well early. I don't think it's in the top tables anymore, unfortunately. But it was there.
The idea that she just runs up to you with the Devilers.
Doesn't need to be a backpack. Alright, so we got a Clarity. This is one we've seen a lot this weekend. 4 cost, 4/4. A lot of text for a copy, and when you're behind, you don't think about it.
Again, I mentioned peeking behind the curtains earlier, but one of the most common questions we got is, why is this? Most commons are, and all I can say is, it wasn't a common.
Right. That's what Quinn was saying earlier, same thing. Going in for 4. Matt drew the cards that he did this game, and he was here to fight. See, Mega's playing on the resource here. Not super worried about the accessories. Have to play with.
It's one way to deal with Victory Peak.
Yeah, just don't want to get in the first place. Yep, that's one way to take care of the clarity here. Get the -2. Are we seeing a second one, maybe? Okay, gonna scrap. Well, 2 damage from throwing the machine will do it too. Choosing to shut them.
That messes with Revelation, right? In some way?
It does, yeah. So one of the extra bonuses you get from the portal being open is you can either ramp a card or draw an extra
Or draw a card.
So
That's
throwing that
right.
Primordial can effectively reduce the entire card by itself. So very heads up play from Caleb.
I can't get over that sus look on Haven's face on Clarity on Ocean Envoy.
That Haven side eye.
Reminds me of that little girl in front of the burning house meme.
Yep. That's basically Haven. Except the fire was probably her fault. Like. This is a play we've seen a couple of times. It's been very interesting. Getting rid of your own Haven specifically to pick up the accessory. What's important about this scenario is if your opponent does Revelation you and get rid of that Haven, it doesn't trigger the defeat. But if you just defeat it yourself, you get the accessory back. So.
Did Caleb discard? Isn't the portal closed?
That is a good point. We'll see if we can follow up on that before.
Right. Trying to do our due diligence.
You did close the portal, so there's a downside there. Alright, cool. I caught it here.
I know how to play the game.
Definitely want to make sure to play clean on both ends here.
Absolutely.
Sure. Matt holding up a blue for the Clash in there.
Caleb's still sitting at a healthy 21. They're both fairly even, and resources are also on the closer side than I think Matt wants in this moment. But we have the shocking unlock, so.
Yeah. Matt doesn't mind the game going longer. The longer the game goes, the more notices
For sure.
Caleb's definitely going to have to put on some pressure. I mean, this pestilence here is a good way to do it.
So he has 3 or less cards, he draws up.
Playing the buff?
Yep.
Matt drawing 2 cards himself.
Now did he swing into the clarity? I guess he did. I don't know if I would have for this exact reason, but oh no, he went to the light pool. Cool. Okay, that makes more sense.
Everything else, you have to feel fairly comfortable in that position. Not quite at 15 yet, so you have your ability, but your opponent's at 21. They're going up to 6 resources here.
And that's a really hard call that he had to make too, with knowing that Matt wants to play those flash buffs to get the value. Do you attack? But you kind of have to,
right, exactly,
to get any.
A lot of options here, a lot to think about. Step one, probably how to get rid of pestilence.
Now, we can see that Matt has 2 more augmented realities. He could aggressively augment just to get more cards.
Good.
I don't know if he needs to, just exploring. Here we go. Got the Lin. See if we can see what he flips down. Hits a Kagan. Woof.
It's a rough diminished hit. Played right in Matt's hand here. He definitely wanted to trade the Genesis for Pestilence this whole time.
There it is.
Gets the defense buff, survives, and draws 2 cards. And you get the 1 trigger at the end of the turn. This game looks like it's going much more in Matt's favor. What do you got? Nice deal. Like he's gonna probably take a win. It's not the worst idea to take a Haven to ramp some more either. Fairly often. Yep, stealing it. Caleb resourcing another green here. Now the real question is how he's going to deal with this big board. That's a lot of threats, and unlike Matt, Caleb doesn't really have board webs. We see a lone fighter. It's certainly one way to try and raise. Coming in for an 8-8. That's a beefy boy. Mashing his life total in. Choosing the racing route while being at 21 isn't the worst idea here.
2 more, straight to the health pool.
Okay. If we're going to bring you below 15, might as well keep pushing it.
Currently, Caleb is being threatened with 12 damage on board.
12 is not lethal, though.
No. Correct.
So now it's on Matt to kind of get rid of this magnet here. So all it takes is 1 magnet swing and a machine to throw, then Matt's dead.
So I thought Matt was at 18, and so he got smacked by Magnate, and then he had something thrown at him. Wouldn't he be at 8? Am I crazy?
Might have gone with a Clash card.
Okay. A little bit of our job is to interpret what's happening.
Yeah,
but
right. Yeah, we definitely had to correct a couple things before we go too far. But.
That 4-cost Genesis, even though it's like clearly purple something, just makes me think he's going pocket sand.
That's some weird sand. This man's got some purple goop.
Alright.
That's one way to deal with the Magnate.
Special delivery. Goodbye.
My hammer, your dome, it's gone forever.
Yeah, exactly.
Continuing integration from Matt's end. Trying
So that's a smack of
bring down the life total.
a swing of 8 right now. Should put Caleb at 13.
Caleb looking at Matt's resources here.
Right, you have to do this against Genesis.
Here comes another Magnate.
Go for broke. Yeah,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
so Matt was, okay. And that's the game. Wow. Little delay on the health updates
Okay,
there.
yeah, so it turns out Matt was 2 less, he was at 8. Alright, so yeah, it'll push lethal then.
Back-to-back lone fighters.
Oh, yeah, definitely want that card back. Always a good thing to have different sleeves here.
Could argue he wasn't alone.
Yep. I guess I got that eye roll on camera, but it is what it is.
All right.
So that was our game of Genesis versus Machina. I know a lot of people were expecting Genesis to pull through. A lot of people would think maybe it's too strong. But as we saw this game, sometimes the aggression from Machina still just gets there. Did that go about how you expected that game?
So I definitely thought that the shocking was going to be more of a threat, and I think Caleb just says it's going to be what it is. He has 2 extremely powerful big green swings that if he just gets whittled down to 1 or less, like, he's fine. And I think he played in such a way that there wasn't an opportunity afforded to shock, and then that didn't bring the equilibrium that they were hoping for. So I feel like maybe Caleb's practiced a lot into this, at least some version of it. You know, everyone's bringing their own Genesis, but he didn't seem shaken up at any moment. Maybe he's seen a couple on his way to this table.
I'm sure he has. It's a very popular deck. But anyway, that'll be this round. We'll be back later with another update when we get back. See you in a bit. All right, welcome back, everyone. I just wanted to give you a quick update since I kind of left you hanging after the last round. But we do have our top 8. They'll all be coming back to play tomorrow. But I wanted to give you a quick update on everyone who made it, who doesn't know so far. So our number 1 seed, we have Michael Hamilton on Blue-White Genesis. Our number 2, we currently have Peter Budensic on Blue-Green-White Genesis. Number 3, we have Talon on Krung. Number 4, we have Caleb W. on Blue-Green Machina. Number 5, we have Mark Johnson on Red-Blue Genesis. Number 6, we have Jacob Snodgrass on Coggan. Number 7, we have Lee on Red-Green Pestilence. And number 8, we have Chris Brummett on Rainbow, except for Red, Genesis. So altogether, we have a bunch of Genesis, Krung, Machina, Coggan, Pestilence. So pretty good total here. I just wanted to clear that up so I didn't leave you all hanging. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow, and we'll have all the top 8 games streamed for you. So I will see you tomorrow. Thanks everybody for watching.